Tide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Game night in Sacramento? Light up your night at Revival at the Sawyer. This rooftop hotspot is where the city comes alive. Elevated vibes, stylish crowd, and the perfect view of the Golden One Center. Celebrate the wins, escape the chaos, and be part of the scene before, during, and after every Kings game. Revival, the place to see and be seen. When the final buzzer sounds, the energy doesn't stop. It just moves upstairs. Join fellow fans, stay close to the action, and make every Kings night unforgettable. Book your game day reservation at revivalsacramento.com.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
Yes. On a Monday, Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. If you are joining us from the morning show, welcome. If you are hopping on in, first show of the day, welcome as well. Kyle Ledbetter was on the morning show, so Ramsey is behind the glass for us today. It's been a bit of a shuffle, if you will, with Christopher Ladd. He is out today. The hosts of the morning show, neither of them made it to the end of the show. Jason Ross, Carmichael Dave. So a big shout out to the guys behind the glass, shuffling around and making sure we get you as much local sports talk and sports talk in general as you need, because we are going to be local today as we are the home of the flagship. But there's also a lot going on in general, kind of a crazy weekend. And that's what the fall is all about. My allergies are going haywire. I thought I was good with the allergy medicine I've been using. No free promotion, but I will definitely take your endorsements. I thought I was good. Now things have changed a little bit with the wind. It's supposed to rain later, so I'm not really sure how Dave is going to golf in these conditions. So the wind's swirling up, so now I'm struggling again. I cannot stand it, man. And I'm one of those people where the allergies came later in life. Right? And I think the same thing happened to my mother, so that's where I got it from. So if you're struggling out there with allergies, hey, I got you. We're going to get through this together, okay? 916-339-1140. So sorry to all of you fellow allergy victims, and sorry to all of you Niner fans out there who just can't seem to catch a break. Add Fred Warner to the list of just devastating injuries for the San Francisco 49ers. A fractured dislocated ankle. If you saw it live, I'm not the guy. I've never been that guy. Dude, check this out. this guy's foot is going the wrong. I've never been that guy, but I just happened to be watching live and I saw, and it was pretty gnarly. So Fred Warner is out for the season. What's up, Ramsey?
Speaking of dislocations, as you well know, we've been talking.
Yes.
I unfortunately dislocated my elbow.
You did.
And as you said, when I seen the injury and it said dislocated elbow,
yeah,
I only reverted back to what happened to me. And I was like, ow.
Yeah.
I know what that pain is.
Man.
But his was ankle, mine was elbow, but I don't wish dislocation upon anybody.
No. And yeah, you were telling me about it before the show. And these are just words I don't like. I don't like fracture. I don't like dislocate. I don't like that stuff, okay? I don't like it in general, and I don't like it for athletes out there, whether I'm a fan of the team or not. Fred Warner, who, by the way, Panama roots, so me and Fred Warner have that connection, so I've always kind of followed him in that regard, and now he is done for the season. And the Niners, I mean, you talk about 30 for 30. I always joke when we go golfing, right? When I'm in a good situation and then I mess up a putt, 30 for 30. What if I told you that someone could go from a birdie putt to a bogey in 10 minutes or in 3 minutes? That's exactly what has happened with the Niners. 30 for 30. What if I told you that the Niners could go from being buyers to being sellers? And that's what the conversation is becoming. Not sure if they'll do either, but it goes from John Lynch saying we're going to be aggressive, Trey Hendrickson talks like that, to all of a sudden now the Niners could sell. And a guy like Juwan Jennings, who has been outspoken, he had stuff to say about his cracked ribs and his ankle sprains. And then you have Trent Williams saying, hey, we're all dealing with something. When I heard, there's a lot of different pieces of audio going on, and people said that Trent Williams maybe didn't like what Juwan Jennings said. When I initially heard, he said a lot, Trent Williams did. So what got cut versus what was said, I don't know if that matches up directly, and I don't think that there's an issue in the locker room. I just think people are tired, man. I just think when you have so much going on and every single season or every single game, somebody's being lost for the season or a couple games out of the season, it just gets tough. It just gets difficult, and it's frustrating. And they're winning despite that. They didn't win yesterday. As my MVP, Baker Mayfield, he's on my fantasy team. My MVP, Baker Mayfield, is out there rolling, throwing to dudes that Kyle was disrespecting. They got Tez Johnson, Cam Johnson, right? And people probably don't even know who either of them are. And Baker's throwing not just passes. Baker is throwing highlight reel bombs in a world where it's check down Charlie and let's just throw it to the running back. Baker is out there chucking it. And that's what I love about Baker. He's running for the first down. He always has a crazy run against the Niners. So they couldn't get it done, the Niners, and they got bigger fish to fry now that they are staring a 2020 type season in the face when they've dealt with other injuries before. You still got Brandon Ayuk missing. Here's the list: Nick Bosa, Brock Purdy, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, Fred Warner now, and Juwan Jennings is playing, but obviously he's not healthy. Mac Jones didn't look bad. Mac Jones still didn't look bad, but we just know he's not very mobile. And that's the thing when we discuss these stuck-in-the-mud quarterbacks. If everything doesn't go perfectly, they're not going to help you out at all. Right? He cannot move. He cannot move, and he's not going to be able to help you out. So that's where the Niners are right now. As far as the Kings are concerned, of course, Keegan Murray out with that torn UCL in his left thumb. Look, man, I had a really tough go, and I talked about how excited I was to watch that preseason game on Friday because it was a Friday game. Didn't have to come in the next day and, really digest it as an analyst, as a member of the media and broadcast journalism, all that. I could just enjoy it, right? I'm still going to write my stuff down, but I got a couple days to figure it out. Then I turn on the feed on Kings.com, and it's all zoomed in. I saw Deuce and Mo making fun of it on their YouTube channel. It's all zoomed in. The audio's off. I got the toddler running around. The other baby is crying. So it was not the viewing experience that I expected to have. I still got through it. I saw most of it, and I did obviously see when Keegan left the game. I don't know that anybody knew that it was going to be this. And then when the news breaks, to be honest, yesterday I was at a pumpkin patch. I told y'all I was going to get to a pumpkin patch. There was one right down the road in Natomas. So that's where we were enjoying ourselves. And I get a text, right? I've been trying to be better. You know, my wife will give me the look now that we have the second kid, and I'm pushing the stroller, and she gives me the look. Hey, you need to stop checking your phone, whatever it is. So I hadn't checked it in a while. I was totally immersed in a corn sandbox that my toddler was just obsessed with. That thing just gives me anxiety. And we're leaving the pumpkin patch, and I get a text, right? And it's Kyle Ledbetter. I look at Kyle Ledbetter, and I look down. I'm saying, what the heck? Keegan Murray out for the start of the season. So now I'm just, hey, sorry, I got to check my phone. This is a big deal. So then I get all caught up on everything, and everybody is talking about who's going to replace Keegan. And the reality is we have a couple different directions we can go. And Brendan Nunez and Frankie Cardicelli at 11 o'clock, they're going to help us break down those directions. But the reality is there are no good options. Can I just be honest with you? There are no good options. This is the type of stuff we've been talking about, and this is what highlights as much as happy as we've been. I shouldn't say we, right? But I think that Scott Perry has done a good job this offseason talking about Jonathan Kuminga when it was a bit of a pipe dream, who threw out a nasty left-handed dunk, by the way, in their preseason game. And Russell Westbrook, when you have an issue at the 4 position, you are one injury away. Well, guess what, Johnny? That injury happened. And now we're looking at a list of power forwards that the Kings are going to face night in, night out. And we're trying to figure out who is going to help. And some people want to throw out Domantas Sabonis. Right? Again, this is from Law Murray, who does great work for The Athletic, when he ranked the power forwards based on the best combination of starter and reserve. Number 1, again, for everybody out there that wants Domantas Sabonis to move to the 4, start Drew Eubanks. Drew Eubanks, by the way, he got a nice little, I don't know if the kids still say jelly for the layup. He got a nice little jelly package. He was trying to work on some things. But Giannis, Bobby Portis, that's number 1. LeBron, Jared Vanderbilt, number 2. Anthony Davis, PJ Washington, number 3. Karl Anthony Towns, Josh Hart, number 4. Evan Mobley, Dean Wade, number 5. Jaren Jackson, Santi Aldama, number 6. Pascal Siakam, Obi Toppin, number 7. So what's weird to me is that, again, we use this word with Domantas Sabonis, and it's tweener. Because the guys that I just named off, they're either bigger than Domantas Sabonis, or if they're not bigger, they're quicker than Domantas Sabonis. So we're going to discuss, I don't personally think Domantas Sabonis should move to the 4. I've never felt like that. I don't know that it's great offensively, even though he's trying to shoot that 3-ball quicker, which I don't think he needs to, but I definitely don't think it works defensively. So we'll discuss the options. We'll do it before Frankie and Brendan join us. We're going to do that in the 10 o'clock hour, but we're really going to dive into it in the 11 o'clock hour as well. So a lot of injuries. I guess if you are Dave, right, if you are a Kings-Niners person, it was a really rough weekend for you. So all you Kings-Niners combo people, a rough weekend for you. Kings-Raiders, yeah, Keegan is injured, but you did get a W. You did get a W against, all you had to face was the one team that might be worse than you. There's a collection of 3 bad teams or 3 terrible teams, maybe 3 to 5. And the Jets, I was up feeding the baby. And, Schmal and Miles had to make an appearance for that morning game. That was a waste. Because I hope you took the under, because Justin Fields, -10 passing yards. And Aaron Glenn, I'm going to be honest with you, it just looks like maybe not the right time. And you can never say no to a head coaching position, but he looks a little like he bit off more than he could chew. Right? That 2-minute drill was awful. And I know some of y'all are thinking, Allen, I was not up at 6 a.m. in the morning. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, that's why I was, to tell you it did not look good. Okay? It looked very bad. And Garrett Wilson is probably going to be the next star wide receiver to ask out, because he is just wasting away with the Jets. So, or maybe they'll sink enough, they'll try it again with the quarterbacks. And speaking of quarterbacks, I don't really know what to do with the big headline that's being thrown around, right? And Dave talked about it. I heard him when I was driving in. Everybody's talking about it. Daniel Jones is 5-1, and the Giants are 1-5. Baker Mayfield is 5-1, and the Browns are 1-5. Right? All these different stories. Sam Darnold as well. Some of them make more sense than others. And I think what's funny is, and I'm not saying Dave did this, he just happened to read it off, because a lot of people were talking about it. I think what's funny is the same people that are having those conversations are ready to move on from Bryce Young, are ready to move on from some of these guys where it hasn't looked great. And and I know it's different because of the Shedeur thing. Browns fans ready to move on from Dylan Gabriel, even though they're the same one saying we should have held on to Baker. So you can't really have it both ways. And all these stories, everything is not created equal, right? Did the Browns mess up moving on from Baker? I think so, simply because they did get to the playoffs. If there was no playoffs, I would look at it differently. That's why, to me, trying to throw Baker, Sam Darnold, and Daniel Jones all in a pile is not, it's not apples to oranges, but it's kind of apples to pears, right? Daniel Jones got to the playoffs, then he got paid, then he stunk again. Baker Mayfield got to the playoffs. Sam Darnold, it was just a bad setup. Because you could say the same thing about Justin Fields, right? Now Justin Fields with the Jets, but he's struggling. He started out hot. I don't know what to do with all this. And everyone is kind of throwing them into a pile saying, don't give up on young QB talent, but all situations are not created equal. Some guys don't have it, right? And it takes a couple different times. Baker Mayfield did not go to one other team. Sam Darnold did not go to one other team. These are 2-3 teams later. And these guys, and as much as they did have success, they're also not the same guys that they were, right? They got drafted a while ago. I'm not the same person I was 5 years ago. These guys are not the same people they were. And I don't think, even athletically, I think they learn. The same way they talk about pitching as we get into a little bit of MLB playoffs and why baseball seems to hate baseball. But you talk about that flame-throwing pitcher who early in his career, and everyone throws his flamethrower nowadays, but earlier in their career, they don't care about hitting spots, right? Because I throw 100 miles per hour. I'll see how far you can hit it. And sometimes they do hit it far. Then you get a little bit older in your career. You lose 2-3 miles per hour on the fastball. So it forces you to locate the fastball, to focus on your off-speed pitches. And a lot of guys, we've heard this time and time again, they've become better pitchers in their older age because they focus. Now, Aroldis Chapman just doesn't get, he's a vampire. He still throws 100 miles per hour. It's never going to change. But some of these other guys, hey, when I lost 2-3 miles per hour, I actually became a better pitcher because I located better, because I had to focus on my off speed, things like that. I don't know that Sam Darnold is the same guy he was when he initially got drafted. I don't know that Baker Mayfield is. I can almost confirm that they aren't. You can throw Geno Smith in there, right? They wrote me off. I didn't write back. All of these stories, he didn't get thrown into those conversations, even though he did it, I guess, ahead of time when he did it with the Seahawks, and he's been bad with the Raiders. But the Geno Smiths of the world, sometimes it's not the right situation. And even to bring it back to the Kings, I don't think the Kings should have moved off of De'Aaron Fox the way they moved off of him. The same way, I don't really think that the Kings should have moved off of Mike Brown the way they moved off of him. I'm not saying to never move off of them. But De'Aaron Fox, time and time again, told us, right? He told Keegan Murray, Uncle Keegs, he was probably closer with Keegan Murray than Malik Monk on the team. But based on what we've heard, that's kind of how I feel. But he said, most of the time, wings are your best player, right? But the Kings moved on from Tyrese. Hey, De'Aaron, you got to be our guy now. And it's not that De'Aaron, I don't think, wanted to be the guy. De'Aaron just knew where he was a bit limited. I'm not a wing. If you look around at these champions, right? Shea's the best player. Shea's 6'6", though. So, and Ramsey and I were talking about this before the show when it comes to A'ja Wilson versus a Caitlin Clark and how that stuff matters. You don't think about it the same way, but it matters. Height in basketball matters. Size in basketball matters. Okay, that's not a hot take. So in all these situations, it has to add up the right way. And to throw all these quarterbacks into one conversation to say, you can't move on from any young quarterbacks. You can't do it, right? Look at Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett, they moved on from him. Never really got burned. Mitch Trubisky, he would have been a great candidate. Oh, man, how could you move on? He took you to the playoffs. If I'm not mistaken, they were a field goal away from advancing. Mitch Trubisky moved on from him. Bears didn't really get burned simply because we don't even hear about, I don't know where Mitch Trubisky, is he still in the Bills? I don't know. So there's stories that fit narratives, but there's also a lot of stories that don't. And not everything can be put into the same conversation. So that's where I'm at with the QB thing. I do think in some ways it does fit, but I also think it's been a little overstated throwing every QB into that category where it's worked out, right? You have these, 3-4 horsemen of highly drafted QBs. I mean, look at Mac Jones. Mac Jones played pretty well yesterday. He's been balling out. There have been conversations about Mac Jones and Brock Purdy and how much better is Brock Purdy than Mac Jones. I've led a lot of those conversations on this here station. But Mac Jones is another one. Goes later in the first round. He's bounced around a bit. He looks good with the Niners, right? The Patriots, I'm gonna be honest. You know I like a certain type of QB. Yeah, I think they're okay with Drake May. I don't think that they feel like and the thing about football is you can always hit the restart, which is crazy that the Raiders refuse to do it. But you can hit the restart in a much easier fashion in football than in basketball and definitely in baseball. So the Patriots say, you know what? We don't think so. Sorry, Mac. Let's have Cam Newton for a half second. And now let's go ahead and try it again. Let's just try another guy. And Drake May seems to be that dude. So as much as it's about what happens, it's also about what you do next, right? Like nobody is talking about the Patriots moving on from Mac Jones too quickly because everybody thinks that that Drake May is that dude. Nobody is really talking about, well, we'll see what happens with the Vikings, but nobody was saying, oh, they should have kept Sam Darnold. I know there was a little bit of talk about that because they were really high on J.J. McCarthy. Now, obviously, J.J. McCarthy, I'm not going to put the injury-prone tag on him, but it's been 2 seasons, and the brother can't get on the field. So I don't know what else you would call it, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. So I don't know if it's as much about, and Jackson Dart. Is anybody going to be talking about Daniel Jones? And we've seen this before. We've seen this story with Sam Darnold. We've seen this story with Geno Smith. It's almost, again, I'm going to bring up baseball. It's almost like they forget what your scouting report is, and everybody has a fresh start, right? It's your rebound relationship. And sometimes it takes a while to find it if you're Baker Mayfield or whoever. But it's your rebound relationship. Daniel Jones is in a rebound relationship right now. Are the Colts going to do anything? I don't know. It's possible. I don't think so. But he looks good right now. New system, right? He's taking the new Instagram pics. I got a new girl. We're in a new situation. So it feels good right now. But in a couple years, if Jackson Dart is who we've seen these last couple games here, are we still going to be doing this thing about Daniel Jones versus Jackson Dart? I don't think so. I don't think so. And again, you just keep getting bites at the apple. That's the good thing about the NFL. And that's why the refusal to take those bites at the apple makes absolutely no sense to me. Absolutely no sense. So we'll see what happens. I mean, the Seahawks, they decided it worked with Geno. Let's do it again with Sam Darnold. They got a 3rd rounder. We'll see how long they rock and roll with Sam Darnold. But I do think that these ideas and this conversation is a little overstated. Just a little bit. Baker Mayfield is a dog. And I think the Browns specifically, and why are we talking about the Browns this way? Because they don't have Jackson Dart. And how good Jackson Dart is now. I know we don't know what Jackson Dart's going to be, but they don't have Jackson Dart. They don't have a guy to say, well, it didn't work out with Baker, but now we have our guy. They got Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders, and they took both of them, fairly late in the draft. And they were trying to run, and that's kind of their own fault. They did the Deshaun Watson thing. So I just don't think we can throw everybody into the same pile. Now, what pile will we throw the Sacramento Kings into now that they don't really have a true blue power forward? There's Isaac Jones. There's Dario Saric. There's Maxime Reynaud. For those out there that still believe, there's Domantas Sabonis. If you want to just shift people around, you could go DeMar DeRozan and start Keon Ellis. There are a lot of options. But again, remember who these guys are going to be guarding. So what happens with the Kings? An already tough stretch, 20 games. We will discuss the 20 games. We have Matt George and Carmichael Dave kind of not going back and forth, but just talking about how many games out of the first 20 can the Kings win without Keegan Murray. Out 4 to 6 weeks, so he'll miss around, I think the least amount of games he'll miss is 12. So it's between 12 and 16, something like that. That's rough sledding. And it was already going to be rough sledding. But does this make Scott Perry's job any easier? We will discuss. We have that report for you when we return. Don't move. Allen Stiles the next 4 hours. Sactown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings are geared up for the new season. Training camp competition is fierce.
He's got the two-pointer.
Download the Sactown Sports app to keep you informed everywhere you go.
One place, all your Sacramento Kings news. Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey everyone, it's Kyle Draper here. If you're in the market for a new car, let me tell you about my experience with Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the moment I walked into their state-of-the-art showroom, I knew I was making the right choice. There was no pressure from the sales staff, and if I'm being honest, I felt like a kid in a candy store. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV, and let me tell you why. First of all, the comfort. After a long day at work, I actually look forward to being in my car. It has several different massage settings, including my favorite, hot relaxing back. Plus, the seat heating and cooling features are perfect for the hot summer or those chilly mornings. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5, or you can shop online anytime at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com, and tell them Drape sent you.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Hey man, gaining weight, low energy, lost drive? It could be your testosterone. Revive Men's Health Sacramento helps men get their edge back. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations.
When men start treatment, it's not just their labs that change. You see it in their posture, their energy, and how they walk into the room. That's why I do what I do.
Call 916-619-3000 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 916-619-3000 or schedule anytime at ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
When I was a kid, I remember my dad, a lineman, leaving in the middle of the night. Families were depending on him to get their power back on to keep them safe and warm. Watching him taught me that this work isn't just about wires and circuits. It's about people and the trust they place in us when the lights go out. That's why I started Maverick Electric Heating and Air, to carry on that same promise of showing up, doing it right, and protecting families when they need us most. Visit callamaverick.com.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
We are taking you up to 2 p.m., 12 o'clock. We will have an opportunity for you to win this. I mean, it's just a combo prize extravaganza. You get a night stay or you get a stay at the Kimpton Sawyer. You get $200 to Revival, downtown Sacramento social hotspot. I'm supposed to make my way down there and check it out, so I got to get my hair cut first, if I keep telling y'all. Henry Turner was trying to roast. Henry, I know I need a haircut. Henry was trying to roast during we were swapping out between my show and the Drive guys, and you know my headphones will mess up my hair a little bit, and we had to do a promo video, Whitey and myself. So we're trying to do the promo video. My comb is in my backpack, but we didn't have a lot of time for the switch, so I'm just trying to fix it with my hair. Henry Turner looked at me and say, "It ain't the headphones, bro." Okay, Henry. You know, Henry just with a little quick one. But shout out Henry Turner. And, you know, I'm going to get my hair cut right and make my way out to Revival. And you'll get $200, 916-339-1140. That's coming up at 12 o'clock. We will have that special secret keyword for you. Before we get into, there's going to be plenty of Keegan Murray talk and who's going to fill in. And Rams, we were talking about who could fill in. Ramsey has some names that maybe we haven't talked about that you haven't seen floating around X and social media quite yet. But I got to be honest with you. I was... Schmal and Miles was salty because Jahmyr Gibbs decided to run backwards, okay? So when that game ended, I immediately turned it off, right? I was, trying to feed the baby. I immediately turned it off. I did not know about the fight, and I tried to watch it after the fact because the game wasn't really close. They decided it was 10. They were up 10. The Chiefs kicked the field goal. Then I started seeing that there was a fight after, and I just got to say, I don't know how you saw it, Ramsey. Terrible look on the Lions. Terrible look. That's my initial thought.
I didn't see the fight because I was listening to the game last night, but at the same time, I commend Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
Because Dan Campbell said, Brian Branch, this isn't what we're about here in Detroit.
Yeah.
This isn't what we're going to do. He said, yeah, I apologize to Andy Reid. I apologize to Juju Smith-Schuster. It shouldn't have happened like that. But I understand frustration. I understand
Salty.
You lose.
Yeah.
But ain't no reason to swing because you lost by 13.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't even...
you lost by 13.
The only chippiness, which was weird, was... And they shot themselves in the foot multiple times. I know the Chiefs, I don't know if they even had one penalty, but you had Aiden Hutchinson. I think he was just a little caught up when Mahomes just spiked the ball. Aiden Hutchinson had about 2 steps. And look, Mahomes, Josh Allen, there's some floppers. Okay, Kyle ain't behind the glass today to defend Mahomes, but there's some floppers, okay? That, to me, Aiden Hutchinson, you're the captain. You have about 12 commercials now. All of a sudden, I can't turn on the TV without seeing Aiden Hutchinson. That was a terrible penalty, and it was just, and Mahomes is saying, what do you do? What are we doing here? So that was some of the chippiness, but that was the Lions being the aggressor. As far as the football game is concerned, this is why you cannot ever count the Chiefs out. Because when it comes to the Jaguars, right, I think the Chiefs, no disrespect to the Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence, I think the Chiefs, they're so used to the primetime games, right? They're always in a primetime game every single week. They literally have to prioritize their energy when it comes to primetime games. And respectfully to the Jaguars, I don't think the Chiefs got up. And I look, the one in Brazil with the Chargers, they just lost. I think Chargers played really, really well that game. But the Jaguars, I think the Chiefs, okay, it's new. We're the season's starting out. We're trying to get things going here, and the Chargers got us. The Jaguars come to town, or they face the Jaguars, and I think when it comes to primetime games, I don't know, and the Chiefs aren't as good as they've been, but I also think they did not clock in the way that the Chiefs clock in when they know it's the Ravens, when they know it's the Lions, and that's what we saw last night, which is why on the other side, Ramsey, as much as I want to believe in, as Carmichael Dave says, the Sacramento Kings of the NFL and the Detroit Lions, these teams, when they have an opportunity to show the world, not the Jaguars, because the Jaguars aren't there yet. Of course they win. We all knew. I should have told my pops this. Bet the Jaguars losing. They will lose the next game. That's exactly what happened, and because they lost to the Seahawks. So we knew they were going to, that's just what Trevor Lawrence, that's just what they have been, regardless of the coach. But when it comes to the Chiefs, we knew, all right, Lions, here's your opportunity. The Chiefs are down. Can you do it? Okay, Lamar, Chiefs are down. Can you do it? They don't do it. They never do it. And now you want to be mad and salty and swing at the TikToker Juju Smith-Schuster? Don't do that. Let's not do that.
I mean, first and foremost, the Chiefs had there were zero accepted penalties on the Chiefs last night in the game. Second off, I mean, again, the Lions had beat the Chiefs, different scenario, first week of the season 2 years ago on Thursday Night Football in Arrowhead.
Right.
But getting back to the last week in the Jaguars, yes, the Jaguars are going to be up for the game because it's Monday Night Football. They haven't been on Monday Night Football for a minute. It was in Duval.
Yeah.
And they showed up at home. And yesterday, half of what cost the Jaguars, unfortunately, was their kicker. They missed an extra point and they missed a field goal going into halftime. That's 4 points right there.
Yeah.
And to follow that, after they missed a field goal, Jason Myers made a field goal for Seattle that basically, that's a 6-point swing right there. And you lose by 8. There's your game right there in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. I wouldn't say the Jaguars played bad because that was while I was out and about before I came in here. The main game I was listening to was Seattle and Jacksonville, and
I didn't say they played bad. I said they're going to lose.
I thought I was feeling the Jaguars being at home, Seattle having to travel one of the longest trips that you can make in all of America from Seattle to Jacksonville. Only thing longer would be Seattle, Tampa, or Seattle to Miami, and Seattle has showed up. So far all season, they're 4-2. They were the team that I thought wasn't going to be much with the transition, and I can say at the moment I'm incorrect. We're 6 weeks in the season. It's early. We still got 11 games left, but Seattle's in the mix.
Yeah, and that's why it's just tough, man. And as much as people want to say, hey, we're done with it's always the Bills, and we'll see what happens. But the Bills, right, when it comes to the playoffs, they haven't been able to get it done. We know the Ravens are done. So that's a team that and Derrick Henry ain't getting any younger, right? Lamar ain't getting any younger. Mark Andrews definitely ain't getting any younger. Adam Schefter says he might be on the trade block. So that's a team that the Chiefs don't have to worry about. The Chargers, they found a bit of their form, even though the Dolphins are just terrible. And you got Tua calling people out about player-only meetings, being late to those.
And you know the famous line with the Chargers. The Chargers going to Charger at some point in the season.
So again, I'm just not seeing who is going to do it when the lights are bright. The lights were brighter than I expected. Jared Allen, every year he might get traded. That's what it is for all these AFC teams when it's actually time to take down, or I would just say teams in general, when it's time to take down the big bad wolf. The Chiefs, and to that point, the Chiefs, look, man, they got a primetime game every single week. I think they've finally have the Raiders coming up. So we'll see what happens there. Division game. Maybe Gino will figure some things out. But I want to do it every single season. I did do it. I picked the Bills. I picked the Bills to win the Super Bowl this season. And we'll see, because that wide receiver core kind of worries me at times, the whole we're not doing the star thing. So we'll see what happens there. But the Chiefs, man, last night, I wanted to see it. It really wasn't even a good game. I thought it was, and that's just not prop talk talking. I thought the game plan was bizarre from the Lions. Somebody said it best. Why are you just running? It's almost like they flipped Jahmyr Gibbs and Sonic and Knuckles, what they wanted to do with them. And why are you running Jahmyr Gibbs? Okay, you decided that Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be your main running back. Cool. That does not mean you just have to run him up the gut every single time because that's not how he's best used. So it's almost a David Montgomery. They were getting David Montgomery in space, but not Jahmyr Gibbs. It was bizarre. You know what it reminds me of, Ramsey? It reminds me of when the Giants had just won. The Giants were on that red-hot streak, right? And Patrick Bailey had just hit that walk-off a grand slam, okay? The next day, they're getting ready to take on the Dodgers again, and we said, oh my goodness, we got Logan Webb, we got Robbie Ray. Logan Webb, local guy, love him. We follow each other on social media, can't wait to have him on the show. Logan Webb admitted this. He just decided to throw the normal playbook out the window, and he went junk first, all this stuff, and the Dodgers owned him. And after the game, he said, I don't know. He tried to be the smartest guy in the room, out-thought himself, and it didn't work out. It just didn't look like the Lions. I just didn't know what was going on.
Honestly, in my opinion, that game was lost on the first drive. For the simple fact, when Jared Goff went in motion and they threw the ball out to him and he scored the touchdown,
about that.
And then they called the legal motion call.
Does that, okay, I know I'm not doing the Chiefs thing, but does that get called back if it's the Chiefs? The fact that they were already, it didn't get called initially and they all hung out, you're in Arrowhead. Does that even get called in Detroit?
I don't, personally, the Chiefs are the Chiefs. I don't think they get called for it personally.
Yeah.
But to me, that flipped the entire momentum of the game.
Yeah.
Because Detroit had scored. They had got 6. They had to take it off the board, went back, got a couple penalties.
Yes.
2 plays later.
Yeah.
And had to settle for 3. They got the field goal, but that's 4 points off the board. And then taking a look at the entirety of the game, I feel that switched the entire momentum and flipped the entire concept of that football game last night. Because in my opinion, if Detroit scores and they scored a touchdown, I think they roll.
Well, I think typically that's what you see, right? These opening drives, there's a huge correlation between opening drives and legit touchdowns, not just field goals. And you punch them in the mouth. This is your best script, and then the rest of the game are both teams, both coordinators reacting to the script and changing the script. Once they did not score to open the script on that opening drive, and then the Chiefs did on their opening drive, that's what kind of messed things up. And once again,
that was similar to what happened, as you know, in the Raiders and Colts game last week when the Raiders had a 16-play-yard drive, were driving, looked great, and had to settle for a field goal.
Yeah.
And then they gave up 40 straight points after that.
Oh, my goodness.
If they would have scored a touchdown, it would have been an entirely different game because you had momentum, you got a major score, and who knows where it went from there. Same here as last night. If Detroit got the major score in the touchdown, you got the momentum, who knows where you go from there.
Yeah, well, Detroit's going to have to figure things out as they have Tampa Bay next week, and that's going to be another good one. But this is the thing. It's something about the Chiefs. I'm not saying the Lions are going to win, but they won't outthink themselves against the Bucks the same way teams do, and it's a thing, right? When you're not even the defending champs, but you're there every year, and you are a bit of a dynasty, people outthink themselves, and they get in their own way. When we return, Keegan Murray out at least 4 to 6 weeks. We give you the initial report, the official report, and what the Kings can do as we start to get into some Kings talk. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings are geared up for the new season. Training camp competition is fierce.
He's got the two-pointer.
Download the Sactown Sports app to keep you informed everywhere you go.
One place, all your Sacramento Kings news. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So my sandwich shop was opening in a week, and I needed signage.
A week is plenty of time to panic.
I went to Staples. They printed banners, posters, and flyers to promote my grand opening.
All in time for your grand closing.
Nope, I had it same day. I even got $125 off my order.
Hold the onions. For all your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. In-store and online, same day if ordered by 12 p.m. Into 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and centrally located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents it's local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
The deals are on now at the model year-end sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save on year-end models and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Stockton 99 Speedway, Saturday, October 18th. It's championship night. Late models, modified, sprint cars, and the insane trailer racing. Plus a huge fireworks show to light up the sky. Tickets start at just $20. Don't miss the season finale. Stockton99.com.
Allen Stiles. You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
We were joking about whether or not that play that the Lions had kind of retroactively got a flag. They had already celebrated it then. This is the second time, too. And I know this is what happens with the Chiefs, and some of it, I think, does get admitted, right? When you are a champion, a dynasty, your rules are a little bit different. It's a real thing. Because last week with the Chiefs, they thought that Travis Kelce either didn't line up correctly or something. They threw the flag and picked it up. Against the Jaguars, that's what it was. They threw the flag and they picked it up. This week with the Lions, The play went through. They're celebrating it. Then the refs get together after, and the Chiefs said something, right? They talk about it after the fact, then the flag gets thrown, and Spencer Lampkins on the Sac Chat, shout out to the Sac Chat, says, if Mahomes caught that TD, we would never hear the end of it. Yeah, there's no way they're throwing that flag. If Mahomes, because we see it all the time. And the Jaguars, that was why last game was such a, I don't want to say anomaly, because they're 4-2, but the Jaguars still got bad calls against them. The Chiefs still cheap. There was a ton of times in the broadcast, that should have been a hold, that should have been a PI. And the Jaguars won anyway. And I'm not doing it's not, for me, it's not about the refs rigging it. It's just refs are human, right? And you have brand names, one who is engaged to Taylor Swift, one who is the biggest star in the sport in Patrick Mahomes. The human aspect of it, you do judge differently. That's the reality. LeBron gets judged differently than Isaac Jones.
And you saw who was sitting next to Taylor Swift last night.
Kalen Clark.
And we'll get into that in just a moment.
So
Senor Segway strikes
that's right.
again.
So that's just the reality. I don't know if they pick up the flag. I don't know if they throw the flag or not with the Chiefs, but it's hard for me to think Mahomes catches a pass and the refs, they pull it all back. You're right, Spencer. There's no way. No way. We are about to break down what's going on with Keegan Murray. He tore the UCL in his left thumb. He left that game against the Blazers. If you were enjoying your Friday doing something else, not watching the zoomed-in broadcast that we had to endure from the Blazers feed. But, yeah, didn't really know what was going on, and it came out yesterday that Keegan is out for at least 4 to 6 weeks. So Frankie Cardicelli and Brendan Nunez are going to join us to break all of that down. Enough with kind of the teams that have lost things. Let's talk about a winner, and let's talk about the Las Vegas Aces because they win yet again. And A'ja Wilson is just an absolute dog. She wins MVP of the league, Finals MVP. She was tied for, she split the Defensive Player of the Year award. She was also the scoring champ. And this is the crazy thing. I was trying to figure it out. I didn't want it to be coded in any way and call it like a side thing, right, when it comes to Mark Davis. But it's almost as if he's got this fun passion project, which has made him a ton of money, but his actual job is just a struggle bus. Because the Las Vegas Aces, they were bought by Mark Davis for $2 million in 2021. This is from Front Office Sports. $2 million in 2021. 4 years later, 3 WNBA titles, right? $40 million practice facility, 4 A'ja Wilson MVPs later, the Aces are worth over $300 million. There's that Drewski skit, right, about your work, your work girlfriend, right, or whoever the joke about who you hang out with at work, and then you got to go home to your real relationship. That's what it feels like with Mark Davis. He's got this thing that he just kind of threw some money in Vegas with the Aces, and he has so much fun with it. Then that ends. He's sitting there eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Hey, we got sandwiches for everybody. They're holding up the trophy. Then he's got to go back to his real job with the Raiders, which is just depressing.
And before we get any further, shout out to St. Mary's of Stockton's own Chelsea Gray.
That's
Chelsea
right.
Gray. Once again, she's part of what we call core. Mm-hmm. She's part of that core in Las Vegas. Her, shout out Jackie Young.
Yeah.
A'ja. I mean, those are the main 3. I mean, I don't know if Kelsey Plum still wishes she was in Vegas. It was kind of something you started thinking about Friday night after they got the chip and made the move. And
yeah.
Jewel Lloyd got herself her 3rd WNBA title, but again, shout out C Gray 209. And ironically enough, speaking of Mark Davis and the Raiders, they got honored and they got to light the torch at Allegiant Stadium yesterday, and we're living it up all weekend in Las Vegas and with the Raiders.
It's just total domination, and I know the Las Vegas Aces, I'm not going to do the thing because I'd always when I talk about certain sports, it reminds me of my father because when I was growing up and I would play certain sports, and I know a lot of parents do this. They become experts on the sport, right? My pop's from Chicago. I don't know if the brother ever played a game of soccer in his life. And I start playing soccer, and he's trying to tell me what to do. Yeah. Right? I get out there. I'm playing roller hockey. Now, all of a sudden, he's trying to tell me what to do. So I'm not going to do that with the Aces. All I'm going to say is that domination is domination. Go ahead, Reggie.
But it wasn't total domination this season, because we got to remember, in July, they were 500, got ran off the floor by 53 by the Minnesota Lynx, and then went on the 17-game winning streak up until they faced a Storm in the first round, lost game 1 against Indiana, which my girlfriend was at that game, and they looked terrible in that game. But then they came back, utter domination in the finals. It was called experience took over, even though Alyssa Thomas tried, DeWanna Bonner tried, and you knew you kind of had a sense the series was over. Not just when Asia hit the game winner in game 3. I felt it was over fourth quarter game 3 when Satu Sabali unfortunately had the concussion by inadvertently banging her head into Kirsten Bell's leg, and she literally had Bambi legs. They had to sit her down just to get back to the locker room, and without her game 4, it was an uphill battle, and the Aces do what the Aces do. Yeah. No, what I meant by the domination is just the 3 titles. What I did see earlier this year was just that, right? Early on, people thinking, oh, man, the Las Vegas Aces, there was conversation going on about what's going on with them, and then they move on from certain people. But yes, they did end up turning on almost in a Chiefs-type way. I mean, the Chiefs they lost the Super Bowl, but they kind of struggled throughout the season, still found their way to the Super Bowl, and the Chiefs are kind of in the midst of doing the same thing. And you got to remember, the Aces didn't even make the finals last year. They lost to the eventual champion New York Liberty last year, who faced Minnesota, in which people had tried to pencil mark going into the playoffs a Minnesota-Las Vegas series, but shout out to the Phoenix Mercury. Yeah. They took over, and just like I said with Satu Sabali, the Minnesota Lynx, unfortunately, in Phoenix as well, they unfortunately lost their best player and potentially second best player in the WNBA, Nafisa Collier, to injury when she got rolled up by Alyssa Thomas, and they went from there. And again, not to look, the A's are going to do what the A's are going to do, but there is a way to make this work in Vegas, right? And what we've said, whenever I've been in Vegas, 2 teams that they ride for. Everybody wants their own thing. You see what I'm saying? And there's 2 teams that they truly ride for. The Knights and the Aces. Why? These are 2 of the, major sports, but not the same as NFL. They got NFL. They're supposed to have MLB soon. Because it's theirs. Theirs. That's the main reason. The Knights for them are homegrown. Yes. And they've already brought them a chip. Yeah. And the Aces technically weren't homegrown because they've moved from multiple locations, started in Utah, then went to San Antonio, now in Vegas. But their championship, their run that they're on didn't start till they got to Vegas. Yeah. And I'll put it like this from a personal perspective. I don't know if you have been, but like I said, my girlfriend's been. We've been together. I've been to game by myself one time. Michelob Ultra Arena is a vibe. If you have not been to an Aces game, it is a vibe. I recommend it. If you're out in Vegas and you plan something, you got to get to an Aces game at some point. Aces games are vibes. It was one of those. She wanted to go back. My girlfriend wanted to go back to one of the finals games. It just unfortunately didn't work out, but with her being at the playoff game that she was at, unfortunately, that they lost to Indiana, she already knew what it was, that it was a vibe. She just wanted to be back again, especially for the finals. And we went, speaking of finals, we were at the finals in 2023, game 2, when they played the Liberty, and when they beat the Liberty in that game. When we return, what should the Kings do with Keegan Murray out, again, at least 4 to 6? I do the same thing. I see 4 to 6, okay, he'll be back. And at worst, 6 weeks. That's not true. What should the Kings do in the interim? We hear from Frankie Cardicelli and Brandon Nunes. Frankie is in the building. That's right, apparently. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
For the latest from Kings training camp,
tune in to Sactown Sports 1140.
The excitement of the game is here, and so are the model year-end savings at Stockton Honda, the best Honda dealer in Northern California. Score big with low payments, more for your trade, and a huge selection. Don't wait. The clock is ticking at StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study, recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation.
Groundworks, official foundation repair company of Cal Athletics.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
One time for the window.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sactown Sports.
We are joined, I can't believe I'm saying this, by Frankie Cardicelli. Frankie is in the building.
Relax.
Frankie, thank you so much for joining us. How you doing, man?
Relax. I'm good, man. It's how it is. You're a new dad part 2. I was new dad part 1, and I was taking this summer, the off season, to spend as much time with little Frank Jr. as much as I could, and no regrets there. Sorry, no offense.
No, none.
Sitting
you
here
shouldn't.
with you, but back now, and the wife's with the little guy, and King season is here, and obviously off to a rocky start before game 1. But it's going to be sitting here talking Kings with my fine and talented friend.
Oh, no. Well, now we know.
I wasn't talking about you.
Oh.
I was going to say Brendan, but he's not here yet.
Brendan is – look, and this is what we talked about with Brendan. Got to be I got to get into a car with Brendan because I don't know if he's using – I told him to use Waze. I don't know what he uses, but he's always lost. He's always going the wrong way.
It's not his fault.
He's always in traffic.
He's coming. He's up there.
He stays in traffic.
He's up there in El Dorado Hills, I'm pretty sure.
I think. Then take the heli. Take the helicopter.
Take the heli. Yeah.
Take the heli.
Yeah.
Brendan. He's kind of evaluate Dallas. Obviously, they've had a lot of change over there, but what do you make of their current roster?
Obviously they play a 2-big lineup most of the time. They don't have a true point guard at this moment, but those guys have stepped up in that role, and they beat some good teams, but they're a team that's dangerous and can play well at any moment. So you definitely have to be ready for them and whatever they bring.
And you being the 4, you mentioned their 2-big lineup. Just kind of what challenges or what do you view as kind of the keys for yourself dealing with that size?
If we can rebound well, I think the game's just in our favor. If we can get the defense rebound and then push the ball in transition, I think we'll have a good chance of winning and scoring easy baskets that way, because when they set up their half-court defense, they're tough. So.
You just alluded to that. How key is pace of play going to be on Wednesday?
Yeah, we got to be better than what we have been this year, because just getting the ball up and down the court as fast as we can, try and get ourselves easy baskets, and not try and play a half-court game. And if we fall into that, it'll be tough to beat them.
How are you feeling right now?
I'm fine. It's the end of the year, so, just playing.
Do you feel you can?
That was healthy Keegan Murray, and I wish that we would be hearing more from Keegan, Frankie, but it seems as if we are not going to hear from him, and I think what I keep saying, the operative words are at least 4 to 6.
Yeah, and that's something we were trying to figure out, us and the other Kings media folks trying to figure out before practice yesterday was the 4 to 6 week timeline. That doesn't mean he's going to be back in the 4 to 6 week timeline. Now, you never know. I mean, we've seen some players before.
Could be sooner.
He could be sooner. De'Aaron Fox was a player when he was here. He was a notoriously quick healer. Keegan Murray, we've seen him. He played through an avulsion fracture of his hand the same year Domas did, but he was kind of more under the radar with it. Maybe he can recover quicker than we think. But I think it's going to be an elongated absence. And we were talking about the 4 to 6 week timeline. Does that mean he comes back at week 5 and he can start doing basketball activities as far as, shooting again? But Doug said yesterday it's great in that he'll be able to stay conditioned and stay in game shape. But, that's one half of the game. But it really is kind of just I don't know. I'm sure, everyone's beating the drum right now talking about the same thing. But it's about when you look at the Kings roster, probably Domas is the player that's the hardest to replace right now. But then the next one up is Keegan Murray. And you have a player who can defend positions 1 through 4, 1 through 5 in certain instances. There's really no one you can plug and play. And Doug yesterday at practice kind of said that there are guys in the roster that you can combine to make Keegan Murray, but there's no one that is Keegan Murray that can go out there and bring what he can bring every night and night out. And that's just not even getting to the point of looking at a player who is one of the younger, hopefully more upside players on the team, whereas you have your veterans like DeRozan, Levine, Domas, even, who are what they are. We're still hoping, from the Kings' perspective, that Keegan can take another step this year. And on a contract year, this is obviously off to a tough spot in preseason.
Well, and that's the other thing we're going to talk about with Brendan. But my first thought was, we've seen it happen before. I know the Warriors with Klay Thompson, they still cashed him out, but we're talking about, these are champions here. And Klay, what he had done for that organization, I think nobody would argue that he, should have been paid. But I think there were question marks as to whether Keegan was going to get the contract extension either way. We're going to have Keith Smith on tomorrow to kind of discuss what's going on or what he thinks, because he talked to the execs going into right after Summer League. But yeah, my first thought, and we'll bring it back up when Brendan joins us, but how does this affect Keegan's contract?
Just my knee-jerk reaction yesterday was I feel like from Sacramento's perspective, it probably helps you a little bit. He's going to miss likely a quarter of a season if we're doing the math game and saying 4-6 weeks. That puts you at game, I think it was 20 or 21. We were kind of mapping it out. And that obviously diminishes your value right there a little bit. But
So you're saying with this injury, probably no extension?
It seemed like there wasn't really one that was going to happen anyway. That's just my general, my gut feeling. It just feels like that was going to be, let's wait and see approach. Scott Perry, this is a new GM here that he did not draft Keegan Murray, and as much Keegan Murray brings to the table and what he can do, there isn't that bond isn't there. That we drafted this guy, we're developing him, we're going to see what we have. Scott Perry's here at stage 1 of evaluating this roster, evaluating who's going to be here for the long haul, who you're going to build around, and Keegan Murray right now brings a lot night in, night out, but is he someone that you feel comfortable giving a $25+ million contract to? That's a big question. And an injury like this isn't one that you look at like a knee injury or a lingering kind of situation. But from just a pure contract standpoint, I feel like it's going to diminish his value a little bit if he plays 50 games this year.
Joined by Brendan Nunez, who is fresh off of Highway 50. Brendan.
Hi.
We are talking about.
Still didn't use Waze, obviously.
Yeah, of course
That's
not.
the problem. There.
That's why. But we kind of jumped the gun here because I wanted to talk about the season first, but Frankie, as he kind of got it kicked off here, the contract did come up, so let's just do it now. Your thoughts on how this Keegan Murray injury would affect the possibility of an extension, and Frankie saying his initial thought was that maybe he wasn't going to get an extension anyway. Does that feel like with this injury now, we're definitely going to see a restricted, the summer of restricted free agency, we just finished it. Are we going to see Keegan in a restricted free agency situation because they have to give him the extension before the season starts by October 22nd, whatever it is. If they don't, he will hit restricted free agency, and of course, missing the first 20 games. I mean, a lot. And look, we go over the schedule. The first 20 games are tough. Do you think that this kind of puts the nail in the coffin for a possible extension with Keegan?
I wouldn't say nail in the coffin. It definitely doesn't help his negotiation standpoint, right? Mm-hmm. Where if they were just trying to meet at a healthy medium, like we just saw with the Jonathan Kuminga thing, right? Well, that's not meeting at a healthy medium. They totally went on the Warriors' side. But I continue to think that Jabari Smith Jr. number makes sense, which is about $25 million annually. And in my mind, if the Kings are around that range, I see why Keegan would, and his side would be pushing for a little bit more. But it's one of those like, hey, if you have $100 million plus on the table, I think a deal should get done. Yeah. Like, I think if the Kings are willing to put that much on the line and say it is 24 to 26, maybe 27, like and maybe the Kings don't want to get to that 27 mark, but if you're near the 25, I think it'd be hard for Keegan to say no. I believe we have 1 week. I think it's the October 20th, a week from today for that to happen. And I just think he's too important of a player. And, you know, we haven't heard that much when it comes to what's going on, like behind the scenes sort of thing. But just connecting the dots and what I think how this should play out, I think that I'd imagine they'll have enough money on the table that it'd be really hard for Keegan to say no.
Is there a level of, and this is the whole thing with Josh Giddey because nobody else had money, so the Bulls just decided to lowball him, and whether or not that looks good throughout the rest of the league, I haven't really heard anybody say, man, what the Bulls did to Josh Giddey is pretty messed up. I think it's, yeah, you do what you can do. It's a business. But looking here at Jabari Smith Jr.'s contract, 5 years, $122 million. So it starts at 23, then goes down, then it goes up 23, 21, 23, 25, 27 for that last season. Is there any conversation where the Kings might say this is an opportunity where we can maybe lower it a little bit? And, you know, like I said, not to be disrespectful to Keegan, but hey, we're going to lower it just a smidge just to, you know, keep the money in our pocket and dare Keegan to say no when you're missing the first 20 games and you're going to hit restricted free agency. Do we really think you're going to turn it around? So even if they say, hey, we're going to do 5 years, 115, is Keegan in a position to say no?
I think that the other part, as you're kind of alluding to with this injury, it might be more harmful to his restricted free agency than the actual contract negotiations that are going on right now. Like, depending on how much this could linger throughout the course of the season. And it all seems like he'd be fine. I heard you guys mentioning like that, you know, he's still going to be in conditioning shape and all that. But yeah, I mean, it probably, since they clearly had not agreed on a number, I imagine the Kings weren't necessarily lower theirs and more just like a, hey, see, like, we have this number here. You should probably just take this rather than trying to work for the couple extra million. But I do worry that, like, hey, if the Kings were to come back and be like, hey, you just got hurt, I think we're going to lower this down. Like, Keegan didn't have to be playing at this time necessarily, you know? No. So I think you worry a little bit about what that would do to how Keegan feels going into this year.
Yeah, and from a relationship standpoint, a little bit different than the Malik Monk stuff. We spoke with Malik Monk during Media Day, and I think the one thing that we can bank on is the transparency part of it, because Scott Perry, Malik said it was the first time somebody had said, hey, you're gonna be on the trade market, right? And Malik really respected that. So even from the Keegan standpoint, the Scott Perry say, look, man, you know, it's a business, and we know that you got injured playing for us, trying to keep it going for us, but we don't have to offer you now either the same thing, or he says, this is for sure negotiation end, right? And maybe that's more what Brendan's saying. The negotiation is over now. We can go back and forth if you want, but we ain't going to go the right way because you're not on the court.
Yeah, and I also feel like I talked about a few minutes ago, just how Scott Perry is evaluating every corner of his roster is being evaluated. And what have we heard over the past 2-3 years? Every single trade rumor the Kings have been linked to, they want Keegan Murray. Mm-hmm. Kings hang up. They want Keegan Murray. Kings hang up. They want Keegan Murray. Okay, well, Monty McNair's gone now. And like I said, Scott Perry has no affiliate. There's no, like, concrete bond between those two. And there's nothing that has been laid out to us that says that Keegan Murray is a clear building block and the Kings are looking to build around him and Nate Clifford and Devin Carter and those young players. There's nothing that we've heard that says that's happening at all.
They'd probably already have a deal if that was the case.
They already have a deal. And at this point, that's why I'm looking at it from Scott Perry's perspective. Why not just have Keegan Murray on the last year of his rookie scale contract? If he was to be floated in trade talks, if you're going to make a kind of move like that, which I'm not saying that I want that to happen. It should have been saying if it were to happen, a team could trade for a 25-year-old Keegan Murray. He has a restricted free agency coming up. You have the chance to retain him and match any offer. That's a pretty good deal. That has a lot of value, I think, in my opinion. You might as well already have an extension because you have control. So
Frankie just skipping over who's going to back up Keegan. We going straight to the trade
You're asking
market.
about the contract. I'm saying the contract is that's plenty of time to talk about who's going to fill in for Keegan Murray.
I think what you're saying is that don't matter. It doesn't matter.
Thanksgiving, we're going to still be talking about who's going to pick up Keegan Murray's slack in the starting lineup. So, but we're talking about the contract. And the contract, I feel like we're not getting a breaking news update about Keegan Murray signing a 4-year extension because I feel like if the Kings are going to make a notable move this year or moves, that's kind of still their biggest trade chip right now. Yep. And I feel like you want to keep that kind of the ace in your back pocket about, okay, maybe they are going to make a big kind of swing for the fences type move. And if you're going to do that, Zach LaVine's contract, Domantas Sabonis' contract, DeMar DeRozan's 36, they're not going to bring you back what you're looking for, I don't think. So it's still Keegan Murray, and maybe the Kings decide October 19th, let's keep him here for the next 4 years, and we don't really like what's out there, but I feel like keeping every door open is going to be a huge kind of trend this year, and I don't know, things could be looking a little different in February or maybe not.
Yeah, I think the main thing when it comes to what the Kings are going to do or could do, when you say big swing, and Brendan, you can kind of give your thoughts on it too, my confusion is since you're stuck with, and I shouldn't say stuck with, but since you have the contracts of Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan next season won't be guaranteed, and Domantas Sabonis to a certain degree, people go back and forth on whether or not he's not an immovable contract, but how much value is there. Does that big swing, if you're Scott Perry, are you still trying to paper mache this thing together and go get a Trae Young or somebody like that? Or is it just, hey, I have plenty of time, I'm in no rush. If we're moving off of Keegan, let's get picks. That's what I'm trying to figure out when you say, Frankie, or anybody says big swing. Which direction are we swinging? Are we going back to the future with some more number one picks? Or is it you're using Keegan to continue to try to make this thing make sense? And I don't even know who that name is. I really don't. It'd have to be multiple players if you're going in that direction, in my opinion.
I think I would expect this team to go in the younger direction, not in the full-on tank, let's get draft capital and build that way, because I just honestly think that process is going to take too long, and I don't think the Kings higher-ups want to sign up for that, So I think that we're kind of in a scenario where it feels like this is a little bit of, like, we're just kind of waiting out these 2 years a little bit. And in that process, Scott is going to continue to evaluate ways that he can make his team better. But the whole sustainable success, I think that means you need to get some younger pieces that could be on this team long term. And so with the Keegan, contract being a trade asset, I don't think that's necessarily like, hey, we're looking to move Keegan Murray. I think it's just more so that is top of everybody's mind, that, hey, if a point came up, we want to make sure this is still a movable deal. And obviously, ideally, from the Kings' perspective, they would love it to be a team-friendly deal. That helps negotiations. And even it would help their own books if they were to keep Keegan. But I do think that over these next couple of years, it's probably going to be more going young. And there's a world where you can do that and move Keegan. Is there a...
there's an obvious name.
Kuminga?
You said it earlier. If I'm the Kings, I need something else.
Yeah.
It's Kuminga, and I'm not saying Guy Santos, but I need something.
Yeah.
I need something.
And that draft capital could come in at that point, right?
Yeah.
It's not like draft capital goes out the window, but that can't be their everything at this point. And maybe there's other young players on that team that you could get as well, or maybe you're looking in another direction with eventually like a Anthony Black and salary match, or Reed Shepherd.
They cannot shoot out there.
Yeah, and something like that. Rob Dillingham. Is there a world where you could get Rob Dillingham in some salary match or something like that?
As an example.
Well, but it kind of flip-flops the thought process, because I feel like on draft night the last couple of years, we've been sitting around that table talking about, well, the Kings are going to bring in a 22, 23-year-old because they're not in a position to have a project.
Right.
Well, now they're in a position to have a project, I think. And you never know. Again, I don't want to sit here, November 10th, if the Kings are 7-3 we're going to be feeling a little different, I'm sure. But right now I'm looking at their roster, and as far as players under the age of 25 with real upside, they don't really have that right now. I mean, Nick Clifford could be a guy. He's 23 years old. Devin Carter is 23, and he has a lot he has to prove still. But Nick Clifford's probably their maybe only real true upside. I'm talking like 15-plus point per game potential as an NBA, rotation player.
Yeah, and look, love Kings fans. We're already doing the thing where it's we got a guy and Nick Clifford. There's a difference. This is what we talked about on Friday. There's a difference between having a legit NBA player, which I think Nick Clifford will be, and we're talking about a true lottery ticket culture, not culture changing, but changing the organization. I don't know that Nick Clifford is that, but he wasn't drafted to be that. He was drafted to help out right now.
Yes, and the Kings are right now. You had De'Aaron Fox a year ago. At one time they had DeMarcus Cousins, and down the line. Who is the player on their roster right now you can look at and definitively say, wow, that is their guy for the next half decade? They don't have one right now.
That's their 3-and-D guy.
Ellis?
They got 3-and-D. I'm saying they don't have a dude.
Yeah.
They don't have somebody that we're waiting for them to pop.
But they need to find that.
Keegan's the only one, right? That at least feels like there's a shot of, he was talking about wanting to be more aggressive this year, and obviously that's where it hurts to not see this a little bit more in preseason.
And he had been.
And he had been. But I'm sure they also know whatever progress he made in the offseason. I know he wasn't in Sacramento for the first time in an offseason, but they saw him at training camp. Like, it's a limited sample size, don't get me wrong, but they saw something there. But if you're trying to say, who could be the upside piece, it's easily Keegan. Like, obviously, ideally, you want somebody more than that. But I just, in my mind, that's why I think it's important for them to keep him around.
Yeah, I think there's just a part of this that I just feel bad for Kings fans because, I mean, let's be honest, guys. There was a short list of things to be excited about this season. And Keegan was on that short list.
Yeah.
And now you're robbed of that for at least 20 games.
And he still could. I mean, aside from the
we're gonna look at the schedule.
I know. I was aside from the gauntlet of the schedule, I wouldn't look at this year. And I'm telling you, as someone who grew up watching this team,
Yuba.
and Yuba, that's right.
YC.
I'm not looking at, which is a bummer. Wins and losses they determine the true story of your season. But Dave, I'm saying it in a more toned down way than Dave said it. Dave said this morning how this season's pretty much, in a sense, over.
Yes. But he thought that, and that's so funny because he thought that going into the season. Let's keep it 1,000.
But I look at it similarly as far as, they're probably not going to make the playoffs this year. Mm-hmm. So you look at, individual growth. Mm-hmm. And if Keegan can't play the first 20 games, that's a bummer. But you have to look at what they do. And yesterday we see Max Reynos in practice playing alongside Domas. We'll see who they have out there today. Doug said not to read too much into who they have out there, but maybe we see Nick Clifford played the most minutes out of anybody so far. Maybe he plays, they go small ball. I've seen people want Dario Saric. I don't know if that's necessarily a move the Kings really should make. If you're trying to win right now, sure. Roll out Dario Saric and try to, plug and play. But if you want to see what you have on the roster and see who you can truly build around and who they do have, those young players that they can actually have be a part of the next era, you see what you have in Nick Clifford. You see what you have in Max Reynaud. You probably need to see what you have in Devin Carter at some point too, especially if you're going to try to move on from him, aside from waiving him. If you want to try to have him up his trade value or have him up his value for your own team on a nightly basis.
Just swap with Dalton Connect. That's how I feel about that, but continue.
Swap with Dalton Connect?
Yeah. It makes the most sense.
Okay. Well, sure. I don't know. All I'm saying is if Keegan misses the first 20 games and the Kings are 4-16, that's a bummer, but he still could come back and you have to look and see what you have, because that doesn't change the fact that you have to evaluate what he can bring you in his on his contract year. He's 25 years old, and I don't want to say it's make or break time, but now we get to see, is Keegan Murray, if he tries to be more aggressive, is he going to be someone you can trust as a primary initiator on offense, or is he just your 3-and-D, guy? Which those are very hard to come by in today's NBA, by the way.
Well, especially for the Kings.
Oh, especially for the Kings. They have two of them, and there's a chance that both might not be on the roster next year.
Yeah. Real quick, we were joking about the Kings draft Tinder profile because we run the Tankathon, as you know, because you guys do a great job cutting the show, and we're doing very well on YouTube, so I appreciate it. But we run the Tankathon, right? And Tankathon, it tells us our draft order, okay? So today we were third in the NBA draft. The Kings select either the
first spin?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The Kings either select the good Boozer twin or Darren Patterson, one of these guys, right? AJ DeBansa, one of these guys. My Tinder profile for the Kings draft 21, the max is 21, right? I'm setting my, and I don't know who's single here, but I'm setting my restrictions. No older than 21. I really want to say 20, but no older than 21. And
this is a little crazy.
6'6" or taller, right?
Okay, that's okay.
Right?
That's gotta hurt for you to say that.
It does hurt for me to say that, but enough is enough now. We can't keep I mean, and I like Nick Clifford, but guys, 23 years old, I don't know how close or far he is to his ceiling, but I feel like he can't be that far away at 23. That's part of the problem.
We don't know yet.
We don't know. We don't know.
We don't know. I think that the kind of player he is and the skill set he provides and the the positions he can play, that does to me fit a bill of need for the Kings. Mm-hmm. He's not a true shooting guard. They want to play him at point. Sometimes they can play him at the 3.
Yeah.
But we don't know. He's played 2 preseason games. In the last preseason game, we couldn't really even watch because we're stuck watching the Blazers in-arena feed. I was,
I loved all the replays.
Yang Hansen saw him score a lot.
Yang went off. He went off.
Baby Jokic, man.
Yeah. He went off. And now look, that's the thing. Blazers, and that's the one thing when you look at all these teams, right? We can just keep it to the West. They all have a couple lottery tickets. They're waiting to see who they can cash in on. Blazers have a couple. And they even took one in Denny, who we knew Denny could do some things. You know I've been high on Denny. Were either of you at the table?
He's cooked the Kings a couple times.
Were either of you at the table when I did the Denny versus Keegan thing and I got fried?
You say a lot of things and get fried.
Well, I feel like
it doesn't look crazy now, does it?
That.
Doesn't look crazy now, does it? They have lottery tickets. We know the Spurs got lottery tickets. The Jazz, sure, they just got Ace Bailey. They got some guys. That's the problem with the Kings, and that's what they've been saying on the 520 podcast and really just throughout the NBA. You don't have anybody to say. And Neek, fine. Neek can be a lottery ticket. I'm not going to fight that. I'm not going to be ageist. I'm not trying to do that. It's just, it is what it is. So outside of Neek, they don't have that. And the other guy would be Keegan, who's 25. So they have to find a way. They have to find a lane. And maybe, just maybe, to try to put a positive spin on it, this Keegan injury can force them to go in a direction. Because if they sign Russell Westbrook, I don't know. I'm going to have to comment on Scott's motivational tweets. I'm going to be one of those guys. You know what I mean? I don't want to be one of those guys. All right. 916-339-1140. Get some questions in for the guys. Let's talk about the present. Enough about the future. Let's talk about the present. Who can fill the Keegan Murray void? And we'll go over those first 20 games. And between Matt George and Carmichael Dave, try to figure out if we can get to 8 wins. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here, talking to you about my good friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Now, they're upgrading their offerings to you to include plumbing, bringing that same expertise and experience into the plumbing space. They're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy home pros. And you've heard me talk about them for years as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get a second opinion on any HVAC service or replacement. But now you can also get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. And when you really think about it, how do we know how much it's supposed to cost? At the very least, you'll know you're in the ballpark, and I can all but guarantee you they'll beat the price. They'll come out for free. They'll give you a second opinion. And all you got to do is give them a call, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
The statewide special election is November 4th. All registered voters will receive their ballot in the mail. Check to make sure you're registered correctly at elections.saccounty.gov or call toll-free 800-762-8019.
A men's health moment with Revive Men's Health. 1 in 3 men over 45 may have low testosterone. Revive Men's Health offers free T-checks and tailored treatment plans, so you can get back to feeling like yourself. Learn more at ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-292-0975. 800-292-0975. Again, that's 800-292-0975.
Hey everyone, it's Kyle Draper here. If you're in the market for a new car, let me tell you about my experience with Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the moment I walked into their state-of-the-art showroom, I knew I was making the right choice. There was no pressure from the sales staff, and if I'm being honest, I felt like a kid in a candy store. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV, and let me tell you why. First of all, the comfort. After a long day at work, I actually look forward to being in my car. It has several different massage settings, including my favorite, hot relaxing back. Plus, the seat heating and cooling features are perfect for the hot summer or those chilly mornings. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5, or you can shop online anytime at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com, and tell them Drape sent you.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
When I was a kid, I remember my dad, a lineman, leaving in the middle of the night. Families were depending on him to get their power back on to keep them safe and warm. Watching him taught me that this work isn't just about wires and circuits. It's about people and the trust they place in us when the lights go out. That's why I started Maverick Electric Heating and Air, to carry on that same promise of showing up, doing it right, and protecting families when they need us most. Visit callamaverick.com.
Yeah. Let me take you where you came. Pop stole B, put the paint where it ain't. I'm stacking up the money, got the change for the bank. And I ain't signing nothing unless the check coming blank. Don't let them see you high if they change on the low. Got the key to the city, now I'm changing up the dough. If he hating on me, he a lame, he a joke. No rag, no set, I got the gang with me though. Can't rock with me now.
You're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
We are back, and we are joined by Frankie Cardicelli and Brendan Nunez. You know, we're so close, guys, to the full round table, but no Chris Watkins today. Not yet.
Not today.
Not today.
Maybe soon.
But he's been on these airwaves a lot lately. Give his vocal cords a little
That's
rest.
true. Frankie is the one who hasn't been, but he is now. And Frankie, it's good to have you back. Guys, okay, we were talking
Thanks.
we were talking about the future. What was that?
Saying thank you.
Okay. We were talking about the future, and now I want to talk about the present, all right? And who should start at the 4? So Matt George, who, if you're a Matt George fan, just today's going to be a fun day for you. But Matt George said this was yesterday, and he said, Nick Clifford should start in Keegan Murray's place. Throw the rookie out there. You have no depth at Keegan's size and position as it is. Trial by fire. Welcome to the NBA. Some people also brought up moving Domantas Sabonis to the 4. We know that's like a top 5 Kings fan thing, moving Domantas Sabonis to the 4. Everybody wants to do that. There's also been a conversation. Brendan, you chimed in and you quote tweeted what I said, and you said, what about, don't forget Keon Ellis. Now, I don't want to speak for you, but your thought process was Keon just as a starter moving DeMar DeRozan to the 4, not Keon playing the 4. And of course, Jason Anderson, he reported that Maxime Reynaud was wearing a black jersey, which is the starter jersey at practice on Sunday. You have Doug McDermott, other names as well. And Doug Christie is saying, don't read too much into things. We're just trying to figure it out. Let's start with you, Brendan. What would you do, at least to start? Because there's not going to be one answer unless they just absolutely are on fire. But what would you do at least to start trying to make up for what Keegan brings to the table?
I mean, I think that it sounded like yesterday they were going to have essentially a trial period for some guys here. And yeah, like you mentioned, DeMar also confirmed that Max did get some runs with that starting unit yesterday.
Real quick, which was weird because of how late he was coming into preseason games. I was very surprised when they said that.
It felt a little... people might feel a type of way about this, but it felt a little like Mike Brownish in the way that, hey, we're going to bring a third stringer in because then that keeps our second unit the same as well. You know, like it wouldn't surprise me if that was the logic there. And it's just for practice. Like take that for what you will. I'd be pretty surprised if that happened in the first game. But I think it could be somewhat situational. Like, you know, it's easy to think, hey, you moved DeMar to the 4. That's not enough size. Their first game, for example, is the Phoenix Suns, right? Like how I went about it is I'm going to look at their matchups and see how this makes sense. Say their starting lineup, Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Ryan Dunn, Mark Williams. Like that's a small group, you know, and they will play teams like that. Utah Jazz, a little bit larger, right? Laurie running the 3 potentially, or if you want to say Bryce Sensabaugh is the 3, maybe you go a different direction in that one. So in my mind, I think that the 2 I would really look at are Nick Clifford and then Keon Ellis. And I just think that it could be matchup dependent. Neek is the guy that we saw get out there with the starting group when Zach didn't play in the second half of game 1 and when Keegan didn't play in the second half of game 2. So personally, I would probably think that Neek makes the most sense as long as he continues to prove that. I think he's a guy that fits well alongside other starters and just being a complementary piece. And, you know, Malik can stay on that bench unit. And maybe the benefit of keeping Neek on the bench is you don't have much forward depth, and so you're trying to stagger Neek and DeMar. Maybe those are your only 2 4s, or are we going to go in Dario's direction? But in my mind, I'd probably go situational, game depending between Keon Ellis and Neek Clifford.
Frankie, what say you?
No, and that's exactly verbatim. Like, I think it's going to be very much on a night-to-night basis, and I do think having someone like Neek Clifford in would be, for the Kings in their spot, like we talked about, see what you have in your young players. And he's someone who's been moving the basketball around well. The shot looks good. I was watching him yesterday at practice, going through kind of like an end-of-practice shooting workout with Zach LaVine. That's a good vet to learn from, who shot 44% from 3 last year, I think, or 43%. It was second in the NBA. See what you have. And the versatility, being able to defend multiple positions, I feel like is going to be kind of a must, which is why, you know, to Brendan's point, having someone like Keon Ellis in there too, someone who can defend and help on switches and not get burnt, because I think we've seen sometimes the Kings plug in Doug McDermott started in a pinch, I think, before. And I think Dario Saric, I think Dave said he was someone he would like to see start, and someone who's been in the league for a while. And I feel like I could see that happening sometimes too, but at the same time, I just feel like where's the upside when you start Doug McDermott or Dario Saric? I feel like that's not really what you need in a starting spot. And I think we see got kind of like Doug McDermott gets called on late in games and the Kings need some shooting. Yeah. Or if he's coming in garbage time just to pull out the flamethrower and score 18 points over 8 minutes, whatever it is. But having Nick Clifford out there, it doesn't disrupt the bench too much. It does make me wonder, though, if the Kings get the Westbrook thing, if that happens, does it mean if you move Keon in the starting lineup, that kind of creates a spot for Westbrook just naturally? I mean, there's also a lot of questions I have with that. Like, does that come to fruition before the October 22nd? I don't know. Do they get Russell Westbrook and put him in the starting lineup? I don't know. But it feels like Nick Clifford or Keon Ellis would be the smart move for the Kings. But I do think that we could see, if they have a too big lineup, you could see Max Reno out there. You could see Dario Saric out there. If they're playing a team that has poor perimeter defense, maybe you do see Doug McDermott out there.
Maybe Isaac Jones.
Maybe Isaac Jones is out there. Another player who's in that 23, 24, I think, age range, and been working on his outside shot a lot. So, yeah, could be a by committee kind of deal until we get to end of November.
Would you be fine with them going game by game basis, or do you think there's value in let's get some consistency here, because it could be 9 to 20 games we're talking about?
I mean, I'm trying to be respectful here, but
are you?
I think you can just figure it out game to game. I don't think, unless you find something, I don't think you need to commit to anything.
But you know what's crazy right now is, imagine if Trey Lyles resigned. this conversation is not even happening.
That's
It's
what
cool.
Ramsey said that to kick off the show
I wonder.
off air. And you know what? Now that we have mentioned Matt George's name, what I said to Ramsey was, I can't remember who initially brought, it might have been you, Brendan, that brought up the Trey Lyles thing. And Matt George essentially, he was alluding to maybe there was a conversation. He wasn't, no source information, but he said maybe Trey Lyles had said, I think I'm good. I think my time here has come to an end. What's interesting about that is it's one thing if, and I don't know what Trey wants out of his career at this point. It's one thing if he went somewhere else. The fact that he's overseas makes me kind of question what conversation was had, because it's hard for me to think if they did offer him, even with the kind of, even if he was more of a Mike Brown guy or a De'Aaron guy, if they had offered him a position and no one else offered him, I know Spain might have cashed him out, but it's hard for me to believe that he would have turned it down if someone else offered him or turned it down for Spain. And more so the fact that he ended up, because when Matt said that, I think that might have been when it officially came out that he was going to Spain, but I don't know. I find it a little hard to believe, and this is just Matt's opinion, but I find it hard to believe that he would have turned down a spot on the Kings knowing they were kind of thin at the 4 position with nothing else. If he had ended up somewhere else in the NBA, one thing, but he's in Spain and maybe they cashed him out. But yeah, the fact that he's nowhere else makes me think, I don't know if they offered him at all.
Which I feel like is kind of maybe, I guess, kudos to growing the game over there. And it's really, really big over there in Spain and other overseas countries, basketball. So that's kudos. And I'd imagine Trey Lyles and his representation evaluated, the offers that came in, and it seems like they got more. And Westbrook right now is someone I think that it's been rumored he has some big offers for overseas. A lot of owners over there are willing to pay, a premium for NBA talent. Even Trey Lyles, someone who's he shot 37% from the three, I think, over his time with the Kings, and 6'9". I don't know. You do wonder how there's not a role for someone like Trey Lyles in the NBA. Maybe there was, but not for the price point he hit over there. But it is funny how right now we'd be having to, if he was on the team, if he was back, he made $8 million last year. If he comes back for $5 million this year, we just plug in Trey Lyles and he'll weather the ship until Keegan gets back. But another name I'm not sure if we're going to talk about at all, but I saw people bring up on Twitter was the possibility of putting Drew Eubanks in there. And I don't know. I just don't really see.
Well, that would be, that's what we talked about to kick off the show. You got Drew Eubanks and Sabonis, and offensively, I know Drew's got a little bit more wiggle, by the way, than I thought. He was trying to hit the jelly layups and do a lot. He didn't make them, but he was trying to hit
that up and under layup is his move, man. I had that in my notes for sure.
Yeah,
I'm like, he's done that multiple times tonight.
Yes, he took a 3 as well. So he's got a little bit more to his game than I think, at least I realized. I think, again, check it all out, but which of them are guarding? I guess there's one level where it's who's going to guard, like you said, Brendan. I had that list from Law Murray. Who's going to guard these kind of top-ranked power forwards? The other part of this is that they just don't have anybody, and even with Keegan, right? Nobody's guarding Giannis. Nobody's guarding Bobby Portis. Nobody's guarding LeBron. Somebody could guard
Zion,
Jared Vanderbilt, but
Julius
Anthony
Randle.
Davis, Karl Anthony Towns, Evan Mobley, Jaren Jackson, Pascal, Jimmy.
Even like Chet Holmgren.
Yeah, I think with both of those guys in there, you're either too small or you're too slow. That's the issue with them defensively when I look at this list. And again, I'm going in the order. Once you get down, here's the thing, and it's based on the backups, but you get all the way, because it's both, but you get all the way down to, off the top of my head, this looks like 15th, and it's Aaron Gordon, right? That's at 15 now. That 15th because Peyton Watson's the backup, but that's 15th. And we know Julius Randle, nobody can stop Julius Randle either way. So there's a level of this where, you're missing Keegan. The other level of this is they also had a problem anyway. And I thought where you were going to take this, Frankie, was how this offseason was spent, right? Do you re-look at the offseason and say, okay, you spent it with the pipe dream of Jonathan Kuminga, which it always seemed like it was going to be tough.
He'd be great to have right now.
And I know I got in trouble for this, but if you weren't going to do the Keon Ellis thing, who you could lose in unrestricted free agency, by the way, but if you weren't going to do the Keon Ellis thing, right, that's fine. You don't want to give up Keon in a low first. Okay, he's untouchable. You might lose him in unrestricted free agency. So you kind of had a pipe dream because they got to give up Jimmy Butler's best friend and Buddy Hield or Moses Moody, whatever it is. So you spent your time on that. and this courtship with Russell Westbrook, and now Keegan's hurt, and now we're looking at Isaac Jones and Dario Saric to save us. So I don't know. I don't know how it looks now, or could it be Nick Clifford?
So I guess you're kind of looking at as should the Kings have reallocated the money they gave to Dennis Schroeder on a forward.
I mean, I know. You look, we're gonna miss Drapes on this here station, but we still can hear him on the broadcast. The John Collins thing to me. Now, look, I want to blow it up, but if you're not gonna blow it up, then there's certain things you could do. But Dennis Schroeder's going to be all-star. That's what me and Brendan were talking about. So Dennis Schroeder's going to be an all-star, so that's not going to be a problem.
Don't put that on me. Don't put that on me.
You're not saying that, but that's what they told us.
Who?
That's what the Kings are telling us.
Oh, I don't think they're saying
We're just saying that the Kings are – we've talked previously about how the Kings were really hyping up Dennis as if he's about to change everything like a franchise point guard is all.
Yeah, I'd like to hope that I think signing Dennis was kind of just like a let's weather this, let's weather the season and see where we're at. But he does provide you the tradable contract. Like, that's the one thing it does provide the Kings with. But, yeah, I completely agree. I'm sitting here wondering right now, when are the Kings going to luck into having just a forward? Like, wow, they found something with this. Which they do with guards all the time. Not all the time, but with Keon Ellis, they found someone who I think has tremendous value and is a legitimate NBA player. And they have yet to kind of really do that with the forward. And Keegan is top 5 pick. Doesn't really count. But
yeah, it could be Isaac. We're over time, so let's get to the other side. All right, we'll go over the next 20 games and see if we can find our way to 8. Can we find our way to 8? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Download the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento sports in your pocket. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Presenting A Gain Flings Love Story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-646-5454. That's 800-646-5454.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I'm a plumber and needed to get work in the door.
So business was going down the drain?
Yeah, I went to Staples. They printed yard signs, business cards, even flyers to leave at supply stores.
But at what cost, man?
Well, I saved $125 on my order, and now I'm booked solid. Boom!
Back at ya. For your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. Ends 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Ooh, my. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
They say the hardest part of getting something done is getting started. Well, we did that 30 years ago when California first took on the tobacco industry. Now, smoking is down 60%, lung cancer 52%. A couple of our cities have already ended tobacco sales. A California without big tobacco isn't just possible, it's already happening. See our progress at undo.org.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
The deals are on now at the model year-end sales event at Balsam Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save on year-end models and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Listen to the 49ers Red Zone Report daily, brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza, pizza the way it ought to be.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sactown Sports.
Can the Kings, can they get to a certain mark, all right? If we're looking at, Dave has it based on 17 games. He's got the first 17 games here, okay? And with Keegan Murray out, Dave has it at 17. And Matt George says if the Kings can find a way to tread water and go 8-9 over these 17 games without Keegan Murray, there should be a parade through Doco. Find me 8 wins. So, guys, I'm going to find Matt 8 wins. I think so. Okay?
Okay.
All right. And you tell me if it's purple lens or not. Okay? So, Matt wants to get to 8 wins, go 8-9, and then the cavalry comes back in Keegan Murray. All right? So, this first win, it has to happen. The Phoenix Suns. All right, Phoenix Suns, if we're going to do this.
We're going must win on game one.
No. If you're going to get to if you're going to get to 8, you have to win this game. Just based on who else you play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
But give me that.
Yeah.
Okay, we got one. Obviously, the Jazz, you have to have it.
Yeah. Yes. At home. Home opener.
Austin Reeves banged up. No LeBron. It's in LA. I won't do it. Because I don't have to do it.
It's just Luka Doncic.
I feel like it's a neutral. If we're being all joking aside, that is a very neutral, I think, winnable game.
Yeah,
because then you have a couple coming up that are not winnable.
Yeah, we'll put that on the side. Okay, no OKC.
No.
You have to have the Bulls. So that's 3.
Yeah.
We're at 3 already. Okay. Milwaukee. Ever since Malik missed those free throws, I don't think they'll ever win in Milwaukee.
Probably not.
I think that was the one shot they had, and that actually might be Dame's only highlight from his time in Milwaukee. That buzzer beater.
Last year was cursed, man.
That buzzer
last
beater.
Year was
no, that
horrible.
was 2 years ago.
Oh, was it 2? I think
that was 2 years ago.
Was it 2 or was it last year?
That was 2 years ago. Trust me on that.
I think 2.
It was 2.
Yeah. Okay, then whatever.
Because Malik said we got to
Never
be.
mind.
We'll be better, but then they lost again.
That
yes.
place is cursed.
Yes,
they lose. Yeah, every time.
Okay, so they're at 3. Denver.
They could beat Milwaukee.
They're not.
It's kind of crazy.
Not in Milwaukee. They got smacked
Keegan's
by Andre
big,
Jackson Jr. and other dudes I've never heard of the last time because they had that winning streak.
I'm fine calling it a loss.
That's what it was.
Miles Turner.
They had the winning streak.
Could go double bigs.
And then they just got the other Antetokounmpo brother. How many running around?
Alex used to be on the Kings Summer League team a few years ago.
I think there's 3, right? Or 4?
Alex, Thanasis, Giannis, and I believe there's
Kostas.
another. Kostas.
There's 4.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're at 3 wins right now, guys. Denver and Golden State, I don't think so, even though Golden State is at home.
No.
OKC, no. Okay, hear me out.
No.
They have to split. They can split they play the Timberwolves well. I'm gonna give them the Timberwolves.
Okay.
Okay, so that's 4. I want to give them Denver. They play Denver pretty close.
I feel like they played Denver very well at home historically, like over the past, at least since the Beam Team season, they've played Denver very well at home. But there's no doubt that Nikola Jokic dominates Domantas Sabonis.
My only argument, and it's a stretch, is that they've gotten so close, they're almost due. They've played Denver close the last, I don't know, 4 times.
Is it funny to say that I think like Alex Len actually was really helpful in those Denver matchups?
He was.
And like Jonas Valanciunas was kind of helpful in those matchups last year.
Can I get a split? No.
I think they could.
It's basketball, man. Anything can happen on any given night, but
That's
it's hard
5.
to look at it and
That's
say,
a Zach LaVine 40 ball right
That's
there.
5,
Yeah,
right. That's a Zach LaVine 40 ball, mostly once it's already out of.
Hey, well,
You're
you
going
never
to
know.
some big things happening.
Okay, I'm just saying splits, okay? Got to get the Hawks. That's at home.
That is not an easy one.
No, I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying you got to get to 8.
It's a back-to-back.
Guys, I'm at 6 wins right now.
I think that Hawks game is a
Hold on.
loss.
After the 8 p.m. NBC game against Denver,
It's a
mind
back-to-back.
you.
That's a loss.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
a loss.
okay. We're still
Especially
at
if we
5.
give them the Denver win.
We'll give them 5. Okay,
Let me see if Atlanta plays on the 11th. If Atlanta plays on the 11th too, then I can see a window
Trae
there.
Young,
and they don't. That's a rested Atlanta Hawks team.
Okay, so we're still at 5. Okay, Minnesota, don't think so. De'Aaron Fox, don't know when that brother's ever going to be on the court, so that's a win. So that's 6. Okay,
God.
that's 6. Why they have OKC again, I'm not sure.
How many times do they play the Thunder?
Yeah.
3 times over the
Thunder
first
and Nuggets.
month?
The Grizzlies, they're not going to have Ja, okay, or whoever. Somebody's always missing on that team. That's 7. And I think I got 7. I didn't get to 8, but I crawled to 7, and they might get the Hawks. That gets you to 8.
And that's through how many games?
That's 17.
17.
So I crawled to 7. Maybe you can get to 8. If you beat, you're probably not beating Denver again, but you can get to 8. I got them at 7.
Which I think is probably about what we're probably talking, and I think that you're somewhat okay with that from the Kings' perspective.
Yes.
Like, again, this is all relative. Like, what are you expecting this team to be? You know, I think we're probably talking about like a 38-40 win team, and so that pace is probably about right. You know, and especially because that's one of the more difficult stretches here. But you know, there's also a world where a team puts together 4 wins in a row. Like, I'm not betting on that, but I do think I keep coming back to they have enough offensive talent that if you get, like, Zach LaVine has looked really good in these few games. And don't get me wrong, I think he's overpaid, and that's messed with how he's viewed. He's a ridiculous player and probably had the best year of his career last year, 50, 40, 90, putting up 20-plus points. Like, there's just a world where some of these nights – they are so on fire offensively.
He's been incredible in the preseason. I know it's a preseason, and like I said, I kind of alluded to it. Not an inside joke, but there's a whole thing about Zach LaVine kind of balling out when it doesn't matter, and that's what some pessimistic Kings fans have to say, and that's just kind of the vibe.
He had a 60 ball against Charlotte last year.
Yeah, I mean that's what people say about Zach LaVine. But if he can turn it into kind of more meaningful outings when that type of Super Saiyan Zach LaVine shows up.
Well, yeah, I think the showing up against the teams that matter most. But also, guys, we're going to get some Russell Westbrook triple doubles in here too.
Yeah.
Did it break?
No.
Okay. Well, it will.
I think the other aspect is if you can stay close in these games, is DeMar still like that caliber of closer, right? Because that's how you swing a season. Like that Beam Team year, De'Aaron winning the Clutch Player of the Year was huge in that season, right? There's probably like 6 games that easily could have gone in the other direction, and they're in a way different spot that year. So I think that's a big aspect of this. If you can just keep it close, which I think there's a decent amount of these, they have a chance to do so.
Yeah.
That maybe DeMar or maybe it's Malik or Zach, like you have some options, but I think how much they are able to be clutch this year is going to be a big aspect.
They have talent, and I would just say, back to you in a second, the one thing they have to do with this talent is play cohesive team basketball. Because if it turns into what we saw a lot last year, which was, all right, De'Aaron ISOs late in the fourth quarter, a lot of DeRozan ISOs late in the fourth quarter. There was a Miami game where it was all DeRozan late, and he was missing, and then finally in overtime he was cooking. You have to bank on someone to get going just on pure isolation possessions. If they can play team basketball like they did, close to, I don't want to say the Beam Team year, but just close to that general play style, they have talent to win games. Because a lot of teams are looking at the Kings on their schedule and just going, barbecue chicken. Sacramento, absolutely going to just cakewalk. No, but if the Kings can, like you said, like Brendan said, like you guys were talking about, have Zach LaVine be a consistent shooter, get Keegan Murray back later in November and be impactful. If Domas can be a plus on the defensive side, then yeah, maybe some of these games will turn into wins, and some will, for the record. Some of these games that we're saying are a loss will be wins. Some of the wins or the losses we're looking at will be wins. I don't know. It's hard to predict, but I think we can look at the 20 games as a whole, and I do agree, or the 17 games, and say that 8 and 9 would be a very good run from them, all things considered.
And trust me, they would have had to be some really good teams in order to get there. They got to go to practice. That was Frankie Cardicelli and Brendan Nunes. Thanks, guys, so much for joining us. Be sure to follow them on social media and our official Sactown Sports account, where you can find all their good work. Also, SactownSports.com. When we return, we are discussing another QB taking number 1, another fired quarterback. Who is that? Also, when it comes to the injury to Keegan Murray, could this make life simpler for Scott Perry? Thank you, Brendan and Frankie, for joining us.
Thanks for having us, man.
Frankie's mic is off. All right, we'll be back right on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sactown Sports and the Sactown Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884. Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs.
Groundworks, official foundation repair company of Cal Athletics. Schedule a free inspection. Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
For 77 years, the Keys family from Naturewood Home Furnishings has been serving families just like yours and mine. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with Golf to Go. The Naturewood team takes great pride and significant effort to offer Northern California families a vast selection of home furnishings, most of which are made right here in this country. The kitchen table, which we purchased so many years ago, speaks to the enduring quality of the Naturewood product lines. We treasure memories made seated around that table with family and friends for birthday celebrations, school projects, and many late-night meals when the day just got away from us. Naturewood has provided thousands with home furnishings that not only last for generations, but also lead to everlasting memories of cherished times. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings now during their 77th anniversary sale and get started making your own brand of memories. Meet the Keys family at Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Sinners and Saints is back and bigger than ever at the venue at Thunder Valley. This is Northern California's hottest Halloween party with a $5,000 costume contest and a tribute concert to the King of Pop, Michael Jackson. It's all happening Saturday, October 25th. Get your tickets now at ThunderValleyResort.com.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
We have a couple coaches that are out of jobs, some by choice, some not by choice. Let's start by, and we have, there's college too, James Franklin. But in the pro ranks, you have an update from the Titans who are terrible. They got their first win a couple weekends ago. But I always think it's funny when you get fired right after losing to a certain team, right? You lose to the Raiders. That'll get you fired, okay? And the Titans, they are firing head coach Brian Callahan. All right, Brian Callahan's tenure ends with a 4-19 record. He becomes the first NFL head coach fired this season. This is from Adam Schefter. Titans have now gone from firing GM John Robinson to firing head coach Mike Vrabel to firing GM Rand Carthen to firing head coach Brian Callahan, all at separate times. And now Mike Vrabel leads the Patriots into Tennessee on Sunday. The last 4 QBs taken #1 overall have seen their head coaches fired during their rookie campaigns. Trevor Lawrence, Urban Meyer, Bryce Young, Frank Reich, Caleb Williams, Matt Eberflus, and Cam Ward, Brian Callahan. Well, it's just a disaster. A disaster. And Cam Ward, I've seen some of him this season, right? Obviously, they just played the Raiders, and he had that big win against the Cardinals where he looked outstanding, but they don't have a number. Look, Calvin Ridley is closer to my age. He's going the wrong way. Calvin Ridley is their #1, right? You got the Tony Pollard was the literal example of, hey, this guy can't be your main running back. And I know they got Tyjae Spears, but he did what he did in Dallas. He was great as that other back. He gets paid to go to Tennessee. They try to run him. He just doesn't even – he's not big enough, right? Him and Tyjae Spears, both of them just trade off being injured. It's just a disaster in Tennessee. So they got to try to restart, maybe go get a wide receiver, start in the trenches. They got a lot to fix. And Cam Ward, I do think he's got a good amount of talent. And these turnarounds can happen fast, but they really need to nail this next head coach position because, we've seen it goes on and on until you start looking around and it'll be the quarterback's fault, even when it's not actually the quarterback's fault. So that's what's happening in Tennessee. This also came out, and again, some by choice, some not by choice. Mike Schilt announces his retirement, the Padres manager. So the Padres, Bob Melvin, now Mike Schilt, and the Padres now have an opening. And I would say this whole time, I've been saying the Giants have, based on who else has openings, right? I know the Rangers were probably as desirable as the Giants, maybe slightly more, but the Rangers, the Braves are right there. Now you have the Padres. I think the Padres, based on talent, probably the most desirable job if there is somebody that the Giants going back and forth with. We know the Giants, the front runner has been Nick Hundley, trying to see what is going to be the update there. But the Padres, I would say, if there's anybody that has been getting interviewed, they might sit there and say, well, I'd rather go to San Diego than San Francisco based on who they have that talent, and it's a retirement situation, which is completely different. The Padres had back-to-back 90-win seasons under Schilt. That's the first time the franchise has ever accomplished that. So he enters retirement on somewhat of a high note. Didn't win the big one, but on somewhat of a high note. So now there's a new opening out there in the NL West specifically. So a couple firings and as well as retirement announcements. Obviously, the college ranks. James Franklin, the big name, and he's getting paid $49 million to do nothing. He's my hero. So a wild weekend in sports from the coaching ranks. I get to these situations, and I always wonder, specifically with the Titans, well, what were your expectations, I guess, to be a little bit better? It's kind of similar to the Mike Brown thing. Did you really not want to go in to this new season with the head coach, but you're feeling as if, all right, there's not enough time, whatever the case may be? Because if you're giving somebody a season and 7 games, clearly you were having a little bit of buyer's remorse.
He's just not continuing the drive. So, I mean, if we keeping a buck right now,
Yeah, that's not good. That was Cam Ward saying they were butt cheeks at that moment, and they were. And now Brian Callahan is done. And again, my whole thing is just small sample sizes. Right? Stop hiring guys, the Patriots, and it looks like they got their guy, Mike Vrabel, but stop hiring guys and firing them in a year. We do that. We just talked about this with the quarterbacks, right? But if I'm hiring somebody that I feel like I might want to fire in a year, then I'm probably not hiring the right person. Or a year and a half, I don't think I'm hiring the right person. Unless something just goes squirrely and it's an Urban Meyer situation, but I'm not hiring the right person. You should get at least 2 years, in my opinion.
Do you think the Jets might have made a mistake with hiring Aaron Glenn?
I think so. I think so. And I like Aaron Glenn. He gave us one of the best memes ever, with them dancing down the sideline. But he just has that look. It's like a glossiness in his eye that just kind of looks like, I don't really know. I mean, I don't know if you were up, Ramsey, if you saw, but that 2-minute drill at the end of the first half, and he's holding his walkie-talkie or whatever as if he's gonna make a call. He just froze. He looked like a deer in headlights. That's not good.
-10 passing yards is all you need to know.
Yeah. So,
-10.
And that's another one. It's these coaches' trees where everything's supposed to go good, right? The Lions are good. So let's take the defensive coordinator. Let's take the offensive coordinator. I thought we weren't taking defensive coordinators anymore, but I guess that's still a thing. And you get out there and you know the Jets are thinking, and again, look, I know Justin Fields has looked pretty good besides this past week, but I also don't know what the Jets' plan is. They're kind of doing you know what the Jets are? They're similar to the Raiders, where I know Justin Fields is younger than Geno, but we're going to take a bridge QB. I guess maybe in their mind, maybe they were going to find something in him, but we're going to take a bridge-esque QB and see if we can make it work with a defense. Again, if you're going to take Justin Fields, this is the type of stuff that doesn't make sense. If you're going to take Justin Fields, why are you hiring a defensive coordinator?
I don't think the Jets and Woody Johnson knows what their plans are, so they don't know what we're doing. You and I sitting from afar on the other side of the country doesn't know what they're doing. So, I mean, it just makes the Jets make no sense. But that's on them. Let them figure that out at MetLife Stadium.
So those are some of the updates in the coaching ranks. Obviously, James Franklin not good enough for Penn State after losing to Northwestern. That's just not going to fly, right? It already was getting hot under his seat, but you lose to Northwestern, that's just not going to cut it.
I mean, it had been hot for years because, as we all know, anytime Penn State would get in a big game with James Franklin, they would underachieve.
Right.
So this is just boiled because it wasn't just a loss to Northwestern. It was the loss to a terrible UCLA team who had just fired their coach in Deshaun Watson a few weeks back, and it just all snowballed from there. The Oregon loss, okay, it's Oregon. Even though it was a close game, we understand it. But UCLA, and then like you said, Northwestern as well, and in both games they were over a 20-point favorite
crazy.
And lost outright.
Yeah, that's crazy. So that's the update there. Yeah, Deshaun Foster And he had a crazy press conference to start that tenure off. So a lot of buyer's remorse going on here. But you won't have any buyer's remorse because it doesn't cost you anything. All you got to do is text in the secret code right now. Sactown Sports giving you a chance to win a pair of lower-level seats to the Sacramento Kings versus OKC on November 7th. A one-night stay at the Kimpton Sawyer and $200 to Revival, downtown Sacramento's social hotspot. Enjoy elevated vibes, stylish crowd, and the perfect view of the beam after a Kings win over the defending NBA champs. Text in today's keyword to 916-339-1140 now for your chance to win. And today's keyword, it's a very simple one. It's Kings. K-I-N-G-S, Kings. Text in Kings to 916-339-1140. Your name will get put in that pile with the next of the names. We have a bunch of opportunities for you this week. Specifically, there'll be 4 more, so today, and the rest of it, so more keywords to come across. But today's keyword is Kings. The more you text in, the more opportunities and chances you have to win this extravaganza.
And do not text that lovely word that people want to call the Kings because you won't win.
Yes.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Just text the correct thing, and don't get blocked either. So text the correct thing, Kings, K-I-N-G-S, and that'll give you an opportunity to get this one-night stay, $200 gift card to Revival, and, of course, a pair of lower-level seats to Kings Thunder. As we talk a little bit about the Kings and how this injury can make things easier for Scott Perry and the front office. Now, there are a couple different paths that Scott Perry can take. He can try to make a trade and make up for what the Kings are missing. He can just stand pat and see what happens, right? Or he can try to get a free agent, something like that. And obviously, the name that sticks out there is Russell Westbrook. But the reality is, this isn't Fred VanVleet and the Rockets, okay? Getting the 8 seed would have been, and it still can happen, would be an incredible feat. With that being said, there's really no need to give up assets and trade someone. You just need to let it play out. There's no need. And look, if there are a couple second rounders or something and you're taking a chance on, I don't know, a young dude that's 6'8", athletic, obviously not Jonathan Kuminga, but somebody that doesn't cost too much, you want to give up a couple second rounders to see what he can do, I'm okay with that. But the idea of, taking a big swing, and it's the same thing with the Niners, right? The Niners going into this game, there was a whole rumor mill going on about calling, I know Diana Rossini calling about Trey Hendrickson, calling about certain pass rushers. Right, I know Myles Garrett. Nobody feels bad for Myles Garrett because he took the money. Well, Myles Garrett saying it's getting tiring to just see, to just lose. Max Crosby name came up. And then Fred Warner gets injured. And now the conversation is whether the Niners should be buying or selling. If you are the Kings, you can buy, but you better be in, I know that Macy's closed down in Doco. Look, I love that the last chance clearance. That's where I need to be. That's where the Kings need to be. Last chance clearance. When you get the 30% off and it says plus an additional 20%, right? Or it says 40% off plus an additional 30. That's where the Kings need to be shopping.
That's that Kohl's rack that I love.
That's
so
what I'm saying.
I get where you're coming from.
And I do work there. They do not need to be upstairs. Because I used to go, the Macy's had a basement. You go down to the basement, most of the stuff might be extra large or 3X, 4X, or extra small, whatever it is. But you look long and hard enough, you'll find something that fits you. That's where the Kings need to be. They do not need to be shopping upstairs, right, where you have all the different brands and nothing for sale. Or if you use your Macy's credit card, then you can get 10% off. What am I going to do with 10% off? Seriously, well, that's tax. That's hardly tax even in California specifically. But don't get me started there. What am I going to do with that? Okay? If they are going to make a move, you take your butt down to the basement, see what's on clearance, and you go from there. Might be a little big. Might not want to wash it too many times. But it'll fit for now. You just need it for an event. You just need it for a wedding that you're going to. You just need it for this random dinner. You don't need it. You're not going to wear it for the next 4 or 5 years. So that's what the Kings need to do. I don't want to hear about the Kings trying to get, obviously, I just used John Collins as an example, but PJ Washington, I don't want you giving any hardcore assets up to try to make up for this. Because, again, this is not the same as the Rockets and Fred VanVleet. The Rockets are trying to win the whole thing. And the Rockets haven't even made a move yet. They're going to see. I know I read something that the Rockets, they're just not even starting a point guard. They got Jabari Smith Jr., then Kevin Durant, then Amen Thompson, then Şengün. They're not even starting a point guard right now. So Reed Shepherd would come off the bench. But if the Rockets say, okay, this isn't working, we need somebody to organize things, maybe they go get Dennis Schroeder, whatever they choose to do. That's different than this with the Kings. If the Rockets have to give up a little bit more than they would want to because they are in a true win now mode, okay. But the Kings, you better not give up anything, right? Like I said, couple second rounders, something like that, cool, right? Maybe some guys. I would say this: if you truly aren't going to give Devin Carter a run, okay. If it's another young guy, but I really wouldn't even want to do it. I would allow it if it's another guy that you think you're going to have on the team or has a little bit of upside. Fine, but I'm in the clearance rack, Ramsey. I'm not upstairs. I'm gonna tell you that much.
Houston actually has somebody that, I mean, it would almost be doing both teams a favor if you made this move. Mm-hmm. And I don't believe the financials make sense to the best of my knowledge. Give me Tari Eason.
Yeah.
I mean, that would help the Kings if you were to make a trade. That would help the Kings in their position. And if for some reason, and I don't want to move him either, but if they decided to move Devin Carter, Houston would have something there.
Yeah, we talked to Eric Pincus, who he had a mock trade, and he actually had Keon for Tari Eason. Even though Keon's not a pure point guard, still helps him in that position. I think they'd want more for Tari than Devin, but I mean, I'd do that in a heartbeat. Don't get me wrong. But Keon, that's the conversation that Eric kind of threw out. I know a lot of people don't want to say no to Keon. But here's the thing. We were talking about this before the Keegan injury because the Kings didn't have enough. So I guess to flip it, if you do want to go upstairs and get out of the clearance rack, I would get out of the clearance rack for Tari Eason because he's 24 years old, and that's not just a right now thing, right? The P.J. Washingtons of the world, and I like P.J. Washington, but I'm not going to overpay for somebody like P.J. Washington who just signed that contract. I think it's 16 or something like that a year when, again, I don't know what that's doing. P.J. got to be close to – he's definitely older than Tari. I know that.
I think he's like 27, 28,
give
or take.
I'm not doing that. He is 27. So Tari being 24, that's different than a P.J. Washington at 27. So if I'm getting out the clearance rack, there are certain players I would do that for. P.J. Washington is not that person. Over the summer, I would have thought about it. But now with Keegan being hurt and you don't know what's going to happen these next 20 games, you might have to blow it up anyway. This, to me, if you go get a P.J. Washington, that kind of hurts the thought process to blow it up. And I know you weren't really on the side of blowing it up, Ramsey.
No, not whatsoever.
But if this thing, even with Keegan, there were questions about what this team was going to be. I just think if you add PJ, you're kind of elongating the process, which is cool. But now, fine. You got to move off of Keegan. You got to move off of somebody to give yourself legit talent and legit chance.
I mean, it's the famous line: you got to give up something to get something, whatever that might be.
Yeah.
And as we've been talking, Frankie mentioned it. I've said it on air, off air. You had a person in your camp that would have slid right in to fill in for Keegan Murray if it would have worked out, and you would have found a way to sign him. Technically, he has an out clause to come back if he, not just to the Kings, but to the NBA, in Trey Lyles.
Yeah.
Trey Lyles would have been the simple plug and play fix. There wouldn't have been as much concern if Trey Lyles was still in the camp, but unfortunately he's not at the moment. As I said, as we've said, he's in España, he's in Spain. He has an NBA out clause in his contract. Does that mean the Kings revisit it between now and next Wednesday, October 22nd or not? We'll see, and don't know what the financials would look like.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I don't have. It's not official, but I'm seeing something about $3 million Trey Lyles to go to Spain. That's not confirmed. I'm trying to see if it's anywhere. I don't know if Spotrac keeps the overseas contracts. I don't think so because it would have come up. But yeah, I don't know. We were going back and forth with why it didn't work out, and obviously at the time, I mean, here's the thing. It's more so about Spotrac doesn't have the overseas contracts. But when it comes to the decisions made and who works and who doesn't work for Trey Lyles, when it was about, it's tough, man. When it was about developing talent, if you're asking me who would I rather have out there to back up Keegan, I'd probably say Isaac and I'd probably say Maxime, just because I don't personally think this team is going to win a ton, so I would want to develop talent. But yes, with Keegan going down, I would have liked to see Trey Lyles. So I don't know. Here's an easy one. And I love this guy, and he's a very, very nice person, and I love the conversations that we've had. I think the easiest way to put this, Ramsey, is that this team probably needed a Trey Lyles on this team more than Doug McDermott. And I don't know that $3 million, like I said, not confirmed. But
Understandable. There's one person on this team, no disrespect to him, haven't met the man, hadn't had a conversation with him, but where does Dario Saric fit in the picture?
Well, we don't know if he fits.
That's the question. Yeah. And if he wasn't on the roster, you could slide Trey Lyles in, and this conversation would almost be null and void because you go pick up Trey Lyles, or you'd have Trey Lyles, and then we'd be talking about Trey Lyles sliding in the position. But they made the move to move on from Jonas Valanciunas, picked up Dario Saric, and this is where we're at right now on Monday, October 13th of 2025 with this Sacramento Kings roster.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest. I mean, like I said, the last time I've seen Dario Saric play real minutes, that was, 2 years ago with the Warriors. And he had his moments. He definitely had his moments. He claimed, and he said this in the media scrum, that he didn't really know why Denver brought him out there. Didn't really make sense. They didn't really give him an opportunity, in his opinion.
Does Sacramento make sense for him?
Well, no, not really. But, I mean, it makes sense because they need fours. But, again, we're still waiting to see this man play NBA-level basketball.
And I don't even, correct me if I'm wrong, he hasn't played in either one of the preseason games yet, to the best of my knowledge.
I thought he snuck in at some point. Like I said, that Blazers, he didn't play the first game.
That I do know.
Okay.
You would know better than I would Friday night. Friday night I was not watching the stream. I was out at other sporting entities on Friday night.
Yeah,
so you would know better than I would.
Yeah, and that feed, I'm like, am I even seeing correctly at this point? I got 20/20 vision, but the feed is really throwing me off here. When we return, Russell Westbrook, there is a report about his desire to go overseas, and we're starting to see the reality as far as Russell and the Kings. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
The deals are on now at the model year-end sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save on year-end models and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopiers.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Sacramento. Buckle up. Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet is dropping 1 day of insane Milwaukee deals on Saturday, October 18th. Bare tools, batteries, and kits at insanely low prices. All Milwaukee hand tools, tool accessories, and Milwaukee pack-out boxes will be 20% off. Spend $100 and you'll get a lotto ticket for up to $1,000 off your next order. Again, that's 1 day only. October 18th at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, 6701 Power Inn Road. For more info, visit fastenersinc.net. Fasteners Inc. Better tools, better prices.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Life is about leverage. Life is about choices. And it really comes down to what you want out of life, what you want out of your career. A lot of people have to make a lot of tough decisions. And Russell Westbrook has, at least according to the Stein line, Mark Stein, Russell Westbrook has zero interest in playing overseas, as his main focus is to play in the NBA. Here is the quote. There has been zero discussion to date about him weighing interest to play abroad this season, league sources say. He'd naturally generate a slew of overseas offers if he was open to them, but I'm told that securing his next NBA opportunity has been the focus for Westbrook's camp. Even if that means, as it increasingly appears, options fail to materialize until after the 2025-2026 regular season starts on October 21st. So, okay, we're getting a little bit of information finally as to what Russell Westbrook wants out of the last couple years of his career, because we did not know, at least I did not know, and didn't know if Russell wanted to play overseas, didn't know if he wanted to just stay in the NBA. So now we know. Real quick, I just wanted to follow up. Once we went to break, I did remember, I knew I saw Dario Saric, but like I said, I'm feeding the baby. Their feed was brutal. But Dario Saric played 14 minutes on Friday. He did have 14 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 14 points. He was a bucket. He was just there to score the basketball. And yeah, somebody on the text line is saying Dario played well last game. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say he's going to turn this season upside down, right? But we'll see what he can do, just like we're going to see what everybody else can do. But back to Russell Westbrook, and thanks for that text as well. Back to Russell Westbrook and his future. I understand where Russell is coming from, because there are certain things that you want out of your career, and we know who Russell Westbrook is, and he wants to play at the highest level. And the NBA, even though the money might be better overseas, Russell don't care about that, right? I'm not pocket watching, but he's made a lot of money. Russell Westbrook wants to play at the highest level. Now, would you want to spend your last couple seasons in Sacramento and kind of scrounging around saying, hey, I'm open. Hey, I'm open. Would you want to do that? Maybe not. Russell Westbrook, seems like that's what he wants to do. Okay, and I'm just double checking here. Again, not pocket watching. Career earnings through 2025, $345 million.
And we just talking basketball.
We're just talking basketball, not the Jordan deal.
Not talking Jordan, not talking his clothing line, the honor the gift. We're not talking any of that.
Clearly, it's just about I don't think I'm done playing yet. And would you want to play on this Sacramento Kings team if you had somewhere around $500 million in your bank account? Maybe not. But as I've said before, if Russell Westbrook approached life that way, he probably wouldn't be in this position. This guy is 0 to 100, and that's the only way he plays. So he does not want to go overseas. He is willing to wait it out. And here's the thing. I'm not saying I'm a bit surprised we haven't heard about the Rockets thing yet. I do think that Reed Shepherd being a top pick, the Rockets want to see what they have. Now, it is weird that they're not starting him, but they want to see what they have. Russell Westbrook brings a lot, and I know Kevin Durant did essentially give the green light on one of the shows or podcasts he was on. But Rockets might be thinking, you know what, there may be one too many variables we don't want to throw in here. We're already adding Kevin Durant to the mix. We're losing Fred VanVleet. Now we're going to add Russell Westbrook too. Maybe that's a little too much. You're ever cooking and you're trying to figure out the flavor of what you're cooking, and then you throw something in and you think, that's too much, right? That's too much. I had my Cajun seasoning. I made a little bit too much lemon pepper. My little sister always jokes me because I put lemon pepper on everything, so I get roasted. A little too much lemon pepper, right? We already are adding normal salt. We're already adding a little bit of garlic salt or the Kinder's, the blend. We're already adding Cajun. Then a little bit of lemon pepper, just took it over. And then whenever I cook for them, they'll just give me this look. I've been better in my, I'm 35 now.
The lemon pepper is the quote unquote hot seasoning of choice for everybody. Everybody want to throw lemon pepper on everything.
I'm on it. I was on it early. Too much so.
While I love lemon pepper, I throw lemon pepper on a few things just for some flavor. You don't need lemon pepper on everything. Just because y'all want to be like the man that runs the Underground Lounge podcast and Lou Will and throw lemon pepper on everything. Lemon pepper doesn't go with everything, people.
So that's me, okay? I've been better lately. I haven't been getting roasted. But you put one too many ingredients in something, one too many seasonings, and it takes it over the top, not in a good way. Now it's over-seasoned, it's over-salted. And I think that's what the Rockets are probably worried about. Hey, KD, these are two guys where things always start out well. I saw somebody say KD, one of the preseason games that he didn't play in, KD had a smirk on his face. And Rockets media member, content creator said that look on his face says, oh, yeah, he made the right decision. And somebody quote tweeted it and said, Kevin Durant has had that look on his face the last 4 places he's been at the very beginning. So that's a lot to throw in. So if the Rockets feel, hey, at least to start, we want to see what we have before we hit the Russell Westbrook button, that's fine. Now, if you look at the rest of the league, there's been a lot of back and forth between Russell Westbrook and the Eastern Conference. Does he want to be out there? Did he actually have options? The Bucks went in a different direction. The Knicks went in a different direction. He's still on some betting slips to go to the Knicks. Not terrible odds there, but you're still looking at Sacramento. That's the one team. There still hasn't even been another team to truly materialize with reports other than Sacramento. So Russell Westbrook is, I guess, waiting it out. And when you look at the other injuries, Keegan Murray gets injured. Nobody is wishing for injury, of course, but it's not a guard directly. Could that help? Because I think it was either Brendan or Frankie said, if Keon moves into the starting lineup, does that just add another rotational piece for Russell Westbrook? Or do you just wait, get into the season, and again, nobody wishes injury, but the reality is somebody will get injured, and somebody will say, all right, we're going to bring in Russell Westbrook. Here's the other thing, though. If you are bringing in Russell Westbrook, isn't he like the last person you'd want to bring in during the season? If I'm bringing in Russell Westbrook, I definitely want everyone to get acclimated with Russell Westbrook. I would not want to bring in Russell Westbrook 15 games into a season, somebody gets injured, and now it's Russell Westbrook time. I don't think I would want to do that.
But at the same time, I mean, I personally have already wrapped my head around bringing in Russell Westbrook to Sacramento, which I have no issue with. And people think he's a locker room cancer, whatever word you want to use. I'm honestly, I'm on the entire different scale. If you look at it here, he's got his dude Debo. Mm-hmm. You got Zach LaVine. You got Sabonis, who he's played with before. So, I mean, you've got the core group of veterans, and at his age, which is 37, in my opinion, I think he's ready to fit in, contribute, like, for example, what he did in Denver. He didn't come in, ask for too much. He came off the bench, contributed. That's all you want him for here in Sacramento. He's another energy guy.
Yeah.
I'll take an energy dude all day of the week and twice on Sundays.
Yeah. Yeah, and but again, everything you said was accurate. That's why it gets weird with Westbrook, because you had the Ramona Shelburne report during the playoffs, which I didn't love, but Whitey and Kyle said, hey, when a journalist has something, they got to come out with it. I said, okay, fine, fair enough. For him to play as well as he did, that makes me wonder, again, to your point about the locker room stuff, why hasn't anyone gone and gotten him yet? Because he did play well in Denver. He did. So clearly there's something going on. Scott Perry likes what's going on with Russell Westbrook, and they've been in communication throughout the whole offseason. And if you're looking for something, I know it's not apples to apples because Keegan plays the 4, but you know, DeMar DeRozan played some 4, and I get it was a rough go. But
if you all remember the game against Denver against Aaron Gordon in December, unfortunately, I love Debo, but I don't need that again.
I don't either. But if you were looking for an excuse to bring in Westbrook, not a perfect fit because you'd have to move DeRozan or somebody, Nick Clifford, whoever to the 4. But here's your chance now. Here's your excuse. If you wanted an excuse, now you have an excuse because one of those positions they want to play 10, and you could slide Devin Carter in there to make 10, or you could go get future Hall of Famer Russell Westbrook, who you've been talking to all offseason. So
here's what I can say though about Westbrook. I mean, we love Keegan, but Westbrook ain't gonna hesitate shooting the ball.
No,
he will get his shot up.
Yeah.
As much as we love Keegan, it seems like he tries to fit and try to find the right spots to shoot, and the team encourages him to shoot more. You don't have to worry about that with Westbrook. Westbrook gonna get his shots up.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it turns into, hey, I don't want to discourage you from shooting, but maybe not right now. But he's never been shy. He's not shy, and if you give him space and he hits it, because we know what his 3-point percentage is, he gonna let you hear it. The dog factor, don't get me wrong, the dog factor, Russell Westbrook, and I said after the first preseason game, I understand why they need him. Now, with Keegan injured, is that still what they need? I'm not sure, but what I do know is that you're not going to find somebody to replace Keegan anyway. So if you want to bring in Westbrook and just see what you're doing at the 4 until Keegan gets better and heals up, then I'm not against it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Westbrook would do more help than harm. I don't think he would harm anything. I think he would add to whatever we got, whatever Doug Christie has cooking up, rather than harm the situation.
Yeah.
And no, I believe Westbrook has enough IQ and respect for Doug, especially with him being a former player, that he will listen, because we've never heard Westbrook being listed as a malcontent, meaning like not listening to coaches or not being coachable.
Right.
So I think it would be beneficial. in whatever capacity. I mean, is this the time? We don't know. But the other thing I will say, if Shams Charania comes out with a report, there's legitimacy to it, because Shams isn't going to come out with news unless he's got viable sources and viable reports, in which he did roughly about a week and a half ago, talking about the interest between the Kings and Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, fair enough. It has gone on for the courting situation has been going on all offseason long. Let's keep the conversation going, what the Kings should do. A couple texts to read through about how we should grade Scott Perry's offseason. Also, LeBron is exhausting, man. That now he's monitoring situations after getting cashed out. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here, talking to you about my good friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Now, they're upgrading their offerings to you to include plumbing, bringing that same expertise and experience into the plumbing space. They're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy Home Pros. And you've heard me talk about them for years as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get a second opinion on any HVAC service or replacement, but now you can also get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. And when you really think about it, how do we know how much it's supposed to cost? At the very least, you'll know you're in the ballpark, and I can all but guarantee you they'll beat the price. They'll come out for free. They'll give you a second opinion. And all you got to do is give them a call, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Amateur players will be pleased to know that the USGA doesn't object to a friendly bet with your weekend foursome. Friendly bets include soft drinks after the round, hot dogs at the turn, or even a $2 Nassau, one of the most widely used bets in golf. It takes its name from the Nassau County Country Club of Glen Cove, Long Island, one of the many clubs frequented by the well-to-do in the late 19th century. As the story goes, matches between these clubs were often reported in the local newspapers, sometimes to the embarrassment of wealthy industrialists coming out the loser. The Nassau captain, J.B. Coles Tappan, then devised a format where the worst possible result could not be reported as anything more than a 3-0 defeat. In a Nassau, 3 equal wagers are placed on the first 9, the second 9, and 18-hole total. A $2 Nassau is sometimes referred to as a 2-2-2 bet. Some play better with a bet to keep their attention. Others are nervous at the thought of losing. Whatever your choice, golf is a game. Have some fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
When I was a kid, I remember my dad, a lineman, leaving in the middle of the night. Families were depending on him to get their power back on to keep them safe and warm. Watching him taught me that this work isn't just about wires and circuits. It's about people and the trust they place in us when the lights go out. That's why I started Maverick Electric Heating and Air, to carry on that same promise of showing up, doing it right, and protecting families when they need us most. Visit callamaverick.com.
Stockton 99 Speedway, Saturday, October 18th. It's championship night. Late models, modified, sprint cars, and the insane trailer racing. Plus a huge fireworks show to light up the sky. Tickets start at just $20. Don't miss the season finale. Stockton99.com.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sactown Sports.
1 o'clock, we will get into some NFL, some Major League Baseball playoffs going on. How about the Mariners, man? Just another fan base that has struggled. Felt like the last time the Mariners, they were doing stuff like this. What was it? 01. I was 11. Ken Griffey Jr., the crew, Edgar Martinez, Jay Buhner, local guy, East Bay, Randy Johnson, who's now a well-known photographer. That was the last time the Mariners were cooking like this, and they're doing it with a new cast, and they're just got to stick with it, right? And I don't have a problem. Look, either team can win. I got some buddies. I told you my buddy up in Oregon. He's a huge Mariners fan. So shout out to him and all the Mariners fans out there. I don't mind if the Blue Jays win. Just give me whoever is in a better position to beat the Dodgers. Let's just not mess around here. Let's not mess around.
The Mariners players, I have no issue with. Their front office, that's a different story.
Fair enough.
There's a few people in their front office, and there are people on the Sacramento airwaves that know what I'm referring to. Their front office, that's a different story.
Fair enough.
Blue Jays, on the other hand, great front office employees.
Mm-hmm.
So if I had to choose between the two, yeah, give me Toronto. But I still think it's going to be a series.
Yeah, and obviously the Dodgers and Brewers. The Brewers, I mean, that's just the typical. A lot of small market action here. That's just the typical David versus Goliath. And by the way, I mean, if the Blue Jays don't win this one, just kind of bad luck from the standpoint of the health thing, right? Bo Bichette's still out and guys like that. So, they're just trying to make their way through, even getting to the ALCS.
I mean, they did bring back Scherzer and Bassett for the ALCS. So
right, they have them.
They're balancing the health.
Right. They did not win game one.
No.
So we'll see.
But again, Scherzer and Bassett didn't throw game one. It was Gosman.
Exactly. Who has been good, should still be a Giant, but thank you, Farhan. And we'll see what happens in game two. And the Dodgers are going to get kicked off, taking on the Milwaukee Brewers today at 5:08. The Dodgers don't have home field. They got to go out to handle the Brew Crew out there in Milwaukee. So hopefully the Brew Crew can hang around.
I mean, I hope they do, but that series, I can't watch that series now.
Yeah.
Because I'm a Cubs fan. So Saturday was almost the end of my baseball watching for 2025. And again, with that Game 5, it wasn't anything the Brewers did. It was more of, in my opinion, especially being a Cubs fan, you had opportunities. You didn't take advantage of them, especially the main one. And I talk about this with my dad after the game Saturday night. Cubs were down 2-1 after Andrew Vaughn from Santa Rosa hit the solo shot to put them up 2-1. You had men on first and second, no outs, and did nothing with it. You were still in the game. You were even still in the game when Bryce Terang hit the solo shot at 3-1.
Yeah.
You weren't out of the game, but unfortunately, they didn't take advantage of it. So that's why it's Dodgers and Brewers.
Yeah, and the other thing is your big, and getting back to the Phillies, who obviously didn't get it done, but your big names got to show up, right? Your big names got to show up in the big moments, and they didn't for the Phillies. They really didn't for the Cubs, and even though they did, but not in that Game 5, and that's just as simple as it can be. Ramsey, do we have this sound? This is Dave McMenamin talking about LeBron, and I just wanted to play this for y'all because I honestly couldn't believe it when I heard it. This is LeBron talking about the current situation with the Lakers and how he's going to approach it with his camp. Here it is.
To look at, for the Lakers, how it impacts them while he's out.
Okay.
This becomes about Luka Doncic. He was signed to the extension in the offseason. He's 26 years old, in the prime of his career, and the Lakers are seeing this as the opportunity for him to stamp himself as the face of the franchise in the interim, to show the leadership that he had this summer overseas in Eurobasket and bring it ashore with this team. And also, we can see what the rest of the Lakers roster looks like. Rob Pelinka was able to turn, not many assets into some feasibly strong players in DeAndre Ayton, Jake LaRavia, and Marcus Smart. Let's see how they fit in.
Yeah.
Let's see how a healthy Gabe Vincent and Jared Vanderbilt look. Because LeBron's going to be watching this team while he's out. And if while he is out, they are struggling, that could lead to the next step that we could see at some point this season, where we remember what Shams was told by Rich Paul, that the Lakers, Rich and LeBron, they'll be watching every move because the priority at this stage is to win.
Right.
If they're not winning, maybe he's going to have to go elsewhere to find that winning combination.
Whoa, okay. Well, you put out a piece today on the 4 ways that LeBron James' 23rd season could go here. Now I'm imagining that that's one of the 4 ways, but let's discuss.
Yeah, that's one. Okay, so we'll start with where we are right now.
Yeah.
LeBron James retires a Laker in the summer of 2026. Season number 23 is his last year, okay? Or he could play out the year, re-up with the Lakers, maybe on a max deal. The Lakers have about $50 million in cap space. Maybe at that point he finally gives the Lakers a hometown discount. Or the scenario I was just hinting at, come January, come February, the Lakers are struggling. LeBron James says, this might be it for me in my career. I want to play on a team that has a chance to play for the playoffs and postseason success, possibly a championship. And at that point, he tells the Lakers, let's find a trade. I'll waive my no trade clause, send me elsewhere. And then the final scenario, leaving the Lakers, but waiting until the summer of 2026. There's about 10 teams around the league that are expected to have significant cap space.
Yeah.
And we'll see if they want to be in the LeBron James business at that point.
So that is from Dave McMenamin. And basically, he's saying, this thing could end a couple ways. I just think it's crazy that LeBron opts into this $52.6 million player option, which good for him. I do the same thing. But now, on top of all that, he can't play right now with this sciatica. He can't play right now, but he's going to be judging from afar. If y'all stink without me, right?
2 years ago, I got sciatica.
If y'all stink without me, then I could chime back in and say, you know what? I'm actually out of here. So I can't help you be in a better position, but I am going to be paying attention to see what you do after. Now, I guess we'll see what LeBron's true thoughts are, because if they're decent, right, I don't think they're going to be bad, but if they're decent with Luka and, they're still sitting top 4, top 5, and LeBron still says he wants out, then he always wanted out, right? But I'm just not seeing the Lakers be bad enough for LeBron to actually have a reason, unless there's other injuries. I know Austin Reeves a little banged up, things like that. Ultimately, this whole thing is just exhausting. And I've defended LeBron just in general because he's grown on me as he's become such an outgoing father and all the good things that he's done just in general. I do think he's funny, I think he's funny when he isn't trying to be funny, right? The Here Go Two More for Y'all, when he was helping 2 Chainz with a random album. I think LeBron does make me laugh at times. There is a little bit too much LeBron, but I get it. That's what the league, they don't know when they're going to get another one just like him. But this type of stuff is just crazy to me, because at that point, I don't really know if you leave and wherever you go, I just don't really know how people are going to look at him. Let's say he leaves at the last second, goes to, I don't know, Cleveland, wins another one in Cleveland. I don't know how many people are looking at LeBron any differently at this point if he were to go to I don't know, Golden State. And the other thing is, if that was your plan, why did you take the $52 million? It's not going to be very easy. I know Dave McMenamin said people are going to have cap space at the end of this season, but that's when the player option is over and he can sign for something else. But taking a trade for somebody like LeBron at $52 million, if he really wanted to be out of here, I think he could have made life easier on himself. He could have said, hey, let's do a 2-year and take that discount, whatever, 1 year, take that discount. But sticking at $52 million, I'm just not sure who is going to be able to trade for that within the season.
Not 2.
LeBron, tell us about that.
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7.
Like at that point, yes, he did bug me. But then I think he got a lot of people back with the Cleveland stuff, especially because everybody wanted that Warriors team to lose. So he got a lot of people back. Then he goes to L.A., and because he goes to L.A. and it's L.A., he does what people in L.A. do, right? It's all drama. It's all, everything is a spectacle, and that's where we're at right now. Just last week with the Hennessy promotion, it's the biggest decision. And Stephen A., everybody's getting mad at him about the Hennessy promotion. So there's just always something going on with LeBron. And now he's monitoring this and monitoring that. It's just something about the stars in this league in particular. You got Giannis, who is doing something similar, but he's never actually left. He just likes for people to talk about him. Obviously, you got the Kyries and the James Hardens and the Kevin Durants. So when you have that level of power, you're going to be inclined to use it, and this is what LeBron is doing. I'm just imagining him just sitting on the bench just watching, right? It's almost as if he's a coach. Is this team good enough for me to come back to? I just don't know who's going to cash out the assets as well as the money to go get LeBron during a season. I think he's probably, I don't want to say stuck, but I'd be surprised if he goes anywhere. I also don't think the Lakers are going to be bad. So there's that.
Cleveland!
Yeah.
This is for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, LeBron. 1 o'clock hour coming up. One more hour with you. Let's get into some NFL, Major League Baseball as well. And we got a doubleheader in Monday Night Football. Why? Because of the NFL. That's why. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip, if a firm presents as local but they're in L.A., red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope. It's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Footballs are flying. The days are getting shorter. Fall is officially here. Will your heater be able to get you through the winter? The heater at Whiteywood shut down last winter. So who did we call? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating. We wanted somebody we could trust to do the job right and deliver great value, and Lee's came through. Check them out at leesair.com. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating has built a reputation as the leading HVAC company in Sacramento. We've got a new HVAC system that works great, saves us money month to month. Find out how they can help you at leesair.com. License number 635-355.
The excitement of the game is here, and so are the model year-end savings at Stockton Honda, the best Honda dealer in Northern California. Score big with low payments, more for your trade, and a huge selection. Don't wait. The clock is ticking at StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study, recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sactown Sports.
One thing about this season is that I don't think anybody knows what's going to happen with the Super Bowl pick. We got to see. I know the Bills lost to the Patriots. We got to see what happens to the Bills and who else do they have. It does feel like the Bills. When is their next big game? Well, obviously tonight they have the Falcons, and I'm interested in that one. We got a little prop talk. Ramsey, I know you help out others with prop talk, but the Falcons are another one that I don't love all the time because they have too many receivers to choose from. But Darnell Mooney is out, so that kind of helps a little bit. I know Kyle Pitts, little mini resurgence for Kyle Pitts, nothing crazy, but he's good for he's normally good for 40 yards, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, number one is always Drake London. Number two, honestly, is Bijan Robinson.
Yes,
and then you go from there, Kyle Pitts and others.
Yeah, and I normally have a strict no Bills rule, but the problem is when they're the premier or when they are the highlighted matchup, right, Monday or Sunday night, well, then I got no choice. I'm looking here, Ramsey, the next big one for the Bills, finally, and it'll be America's Game of the Week, I'm sure, November 2nd, Chiefs Bills. That finally, it does get a little stickier for the Bills. Okay, they have the Falcons tonight, which I don't think is. I think the Falcons offensively, depending on who shows up. Like I was saying earlier in the show, with the Bills still trying to do this. I don't know what to do with Keon Coleman. Right, he's part of that group of a lot of elite receivers got drafted that year. I don't know. He hasn't made the leap yet. Okay, but they got him. They got Shakir, who he's either going to hitch on a streak or you're just not really going to see from him. The Bills are very confusing. That's why they're normally on my do not wager list.
I mean, they got Dawson Knox and
Kincaid's questionable today.
He's questionable.
Yeah.
And and I still never understood this move, how you let Gabe Davis walk and now he's on the practice squad. Because Gabe Davis, his good years were the past few years he had in Buffalo.
He did.
Being a target for Josh Allen.
Yeah, he did. And
their running game most of the time, no disrespect, is non-existent.
Well, James Cook has been cooking for me in fantasy.
He cooks, but a lot of times that running game is non-existent.
Yeah, it's in Atlanta, okay? So I thought offense was going to be at a premium yesterday with the Lions Chiefs. That wasn't the case. I think offense is going to be at a premium tonight, but I'm not so sure about that. We'll also talk Commanders and Bears, the obvious storylines there with the draft picks, the first and the second draft pick. So Bills, again, they play tonight. We're 4:15. So Whitey has what is it? Was it a 2-minute show, Whitey?
they're actually airing the Bears and Commanders game.
There you go. Okay.
So they've got the later of the two games.
A little longer.
But just for me personally, I'm going to be torn because for those that don't know, I'm a Falcons and a Bears fan. So I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to watch both games.
See, man.
If not, I'm not saying because I really don't like doing this. I might go out and just have both screens up in front of me. I don't know.
There you go. See, and you know what? I'm going to keep going. But like this is what I was joking you about, Rams. You got too many teams. You got too many teams, brother. You got too many. 916-339-1140. Chiefs, the Bills, that's November 2nd. Then
don't sleep on that Carolina game either in Carolina.
That's true.
Because it's in Carolina. Carolina is undefeated at home.
Yeah.
If the game was in Buffalo, okay.
Then they take on, this will be interesting for the Bucks as the weather will be starting to turn. Not too much, but Buccaneers at Bills. Then the Bills got to go to Houston
on Thursday Night Football, which could be very tricky.
Yeah. Then they get the Steelers in Pittsburgh.
The Steelers are 5-1.
Yeah, they got to face the Patriots again. Obviously, this time in New England. Besides that, then they got the Eagles. So it will get a little sticky for the Bills. They had a little bit of an easy stretch, and even though they already faced the Ravens, which was a tough one, and they had obviously the game that they dropped to the Patriots, where the Patriots look good.
Yeah, the Patriots are 4-2. Don't look now, but the Patriots are 4-2 and actually playing good football.
Yeah, so I think the easiest way to put this is the Bills kind of need a win tonight, because it ain't going to get easier for them, and I don't think the Falcons are anything to sneeze at either. But let's get to the Niners of it all, and Fred Warner being out for the season. It just does not end for the Niners. Like I said, if you're a Niners-Kings fan, it's been kind of rough sledding the last 24 hours because we found out about Keegan yesterday. But Fred Warner out for the season to undergo surgery on a broken, dislocated ankle. He'll be out for the year. That's from Kyle Shanahan. So add that to the laundry list of injuries. Nick Bosa, Brock Purdy, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, and now Fred Warner. And a lot of guys just banged up. I know Juwan Jennings talking about his broken ribs and ankle sprains. I don't know what you do there. We haven't made jokes about the injuries, but just the idea of how bad this luck has been. Because here's the craziest part, that those not in the Northern California area haven't really been saying. This is a really bad season, but the Niners always have bad luck. We've joked about getting a different training staff. We've joked about the soft tissue injuries. Obviously, what's happening to some of these guys, not necessarily soft tissue when you look at Fred Warner. But this has been going on for about 5 years now, and it varies. Obviously, this is worse than some of the other years, but Ayuk been hurt all season. Last season, it was McCaffrey. I understand it's football, and it's just tough to get guys healthy. I know Trent Williams missed some time. I don't know what the Niners do. They need some incense. They need something. They need some type of refresh or palate cleanser to just fix things, because it has gone from a season, because the Buccaneers are right there as far as injuries. The Bucks just keep losing wide receivers specifically.
Yeah, they're now potentially down their top 3 receivers because Emeka Egbuka got hurt yesterday.
That's right. And they just keep spawning new receivers that run 4.2s.
They went in the baby section and grabbed some baby oil, better known as Johnson & Johnson, and they showed up yesterday.
And yesterday, look, Schmal and Miles is watching for Prop Talk. That deep pass to Johnson, Schmal and Miles was
Which Johnson are you referring to?
Very excited. Very excited.
Are you referring to Tez or are you referring to Cameron? Because Cameron caught a deep pass in the second quarter.
Then I'm looking, or he's looking, and he's not seeing anything change on the app. Then, there's a Cam Johnson. But don't you worry. Later, Tez Johnson also with a huge touchdown. So, by the way, the lead here is that Baker Mayfield should be the favorite for MVP. And I know the Panthers did beat the Cowboys, another high-scoring game, and Dak put up some numbers. But Baker Mayfield is the MVP right now. Now, it's only week 6, but Baker Mayfield is my MVP right now. He's doing it with, like I said, you don't even know who these dudes are. And they're just coming up. And I know Tez Johnson, Oregon, but it wasn't even Tez Johnson. It was Cam Johnson.
Sean Tucker, their backup running back, scored a touchdown.
Sterling Shepard went for 40, 50 yards, something crazy like that. So the Bucks right now, and they're gonna have a tough one against the Lions next week. But the Bucks right now are rolling, and they're dealing with their own injuries. The difference is, and I know Tristan Wirfs, I think he might have been out.
No, he played
last week.
Oh, last week. He played yesterday.
Yeah, he played yesterday, but last week. So the Bucks are right there with the injuries. It's just been more so to their receiving core versus everywhere. The Niners. And that's no disrespect to Mike Evans or Chris Godwin, I hope we're not starting a thing where you have one really bad injury and then it's just kind of hard for you to stay healthy after that with Chris Godwin. But it's the wide receiver position. Clearly, the system out there in Tampa is working very well. But
I don't mind bringing this up to San Francisco fans. Oh, y'all remember that 3rd and 14 play where Baker baked y'all in the fourth quarter and then flexed on you?
Yeah.
Thought you had him sacked. Nope. Baker scrambled, got out the pocket, close to the first down, reach, got the first down, flexed on him. That basically was the game in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Baker is baking.
Yeah. So with how the Niners have lost multiple positions, right? And I don't know, like I said, I don't know in detail what's going on with the Bucks. It just seems like a lot of it is the wide receiver position, which is not good, but they got guys, right? Clearly they have guys, and the Niners have guys. Kendrick Bourne was doing the same thing, right? But the difference is when you start to dig into the other side of it, and you already were missing Bosa, and you were already missing some of these guys, and now you're missing Fred Warner, who he's been the Iron Man. He just doesn't really miss time like that. Now he's out for the season. Something has got to give, and I'm seeing all these different media members, write these pieces on, all right, from being a buyer to being a seller or just not doing anything. I don't know. I know there was some back and forth on Juwan Jennings. Should the Niners trade Juwan Jennings? I don't know that that's going to happen, and he's injured with the ribs and the ankle, so I don't think that's going to happen. But the Niners are just get through the end of the season, and it's tough because and George Kittle, of course. George Kittle, to me, nobody could see this coming, but I was a little bit surprised when they gave George Kittle all that money, simply because this is somebody who is a little long in the tooth, and he's had some injury history. So for him to get that extension, to get that new contract, and to immediately miss these games, that's just rough. So some of this is, there's never, the word fault would never be used, but some of this is somewhat expected just from the football perspective of this. You pay Christian McCaffrey last season coming off of the Super Bowl appearance. He misses time. You pay George Kittle because you love George Kittle. He misses time. These are guys that have had injury history. That's just the reality of the situation. The defensive side of it, you paid Nick Bosa a while ago. He misses time. He's missed time before. Fred Warner is the one that you said he is the constant. And now that the constant has been broken up, I mean, you saw the reactions from people. You saw the reaction from Tez Johnson. You saw the reaction from just NFL players. People were tearing up, Niners players specifically, because he's the heart and soul. He still broke them down, by the way, in the Aircast. He hung around after the game to break them down. And there's just a level of, I mean, I'll say this much, not to say uncle per se, but I'm definitely Brandon Ayuk and Brock Purdy. In my opinion, I'm not saying to be sellers, as some people are alluding to, but my timelines just changed for them. There's no rushing back of Brock and Brandon Ayuk. Not now.
I mean, I'll say this: even with all their injuries aside, in my opinion, they're a mediocre football team at best. They're
But we haven't seen them full strength, though.
Yeah, they're 4-2 with a negative point differential. Every game they won has been close. They haven't blown anybody out. Finally, they lost a game by double digits, which put them in a negative point differential. But they had just basically been sliding by, skating by basically the hair on the chin, barely sliding by. They finally got beat yesterday by a team that I think is a better football team. And this may continue to happen for weeks to come.
Yeah, the big one for me, we'll never know, in my opinion, because they haven't been healthy. It was the Tonjes, and you can say the Tonjes thing was lucky to beat the Seahawks, right? And I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying, why was Tonjes in? Because Kittle was injured. They haven't had their guys, and I get it. You can't make the club in the tub. All I'm saying is we don't know what this team was going to be. So regardless of whether you think they're mediocre or not, we never saw them healthy. My whole point is, don't rush back Brock. Don't rush back Ayuk. It's crazy to say that it's cooked, and I don't want to say that it's cooked, because the other part of it, to kind of contradict myself, is that the NFC is kind of wide open. It is wide open with the Eagles creating their own drama. It's only week 6. And you do have a pretty easy schedule, but
I don't know about that. I mean, they got the Falcons on Sunday Night Football next week. Mm-hmm. They got to go to Houston. I'm not writing Houston off.
No. I'm not writing Houston off.
And then you gotta go cross country on November 2nd to play the Giants. And if you get the Giants on the right week, especially as we saw, if you get real into high school finest Cam Scatterboo rolling, and that for him might be a little bit of a revenge game, because he grew up a 49ers fan, thought he was going to get drafted by him. They didn't draft him, so he's going to have a chip on his shoulder to try to inflict more punishment than he already does onto that team. So for him, it might be extra added motivation. You don't know what this looks like. They could go from 4-2. They might go all the way to 4-5. We don't know.
No. But either way, like I said, the Giants, we'll see. Right? I don't know. I truly don't know what to do with the Falcons. I will know. I might know more about the Falcons after tonight, but honestly, I don't think so.
Being a Falcon fan, I don't know. I mean, I hope they get this win against the Bills, but I don't know.
But this is what I'm saying. Even you, Ramsey, even a Niners hater, we get through Falcons, Texans, the Giants. Yes, it was. We just did it with the Jaguars, and the Jaguars had a better record. So let's see the Giants after this marquee game, if you will, right? Rams, we know, is tough. I don't know. I mean, the Cardinals, they're a disaster.
But it's a divisional game.
Yes,
it doesn't matter. And you got by the skin of your teeth. They got by the skin of the teeth at the buzzer, beating the Cardinals in week 3.
I will give you that. No, but the other thing is, are they going to get healthy at any point in time?
That we don't know. And here, if you're a San Francisco fan, here's what you may like or not like. Their bye week isn't for another month.
Mm-hmm. They had the mini bye with the Thursday game, but they don't have the real thing.
They don't have a true bye week until the first week of December.
Here you go. And you know what's funny, as the season goes on, how you look at a season or how you look at a schedule differently. Yeah, like I said, don't know what to do with the Falcons. The Giants, I still like the Niners if they're somewhat, let's just call the Niners somewhat healthy. The Rams, we'll check in on Puka. Okay, that's a big one. And Kyron Williams was injured too, and it looked like one play. The Cardinals, kind of a disaster, but they always play them tough. You're right. Panthers will know more at that point. Did they actually find something against the Cowboys, or did they just get up because it was the Cowboys? Browns, it might be Shador.
I think it might be Shador by them myself.
Might be Shador. The Titans just fired their coach. The Colts, they're the surprise.
The Colts are good. As much as shout out Oak Ridge High School finest Shane Steichen is their head coach. He went from being potentially on what Brian Callahan was on the hot seat to flipping the script, and he got them boys playing in Indy.
Yeah. It's still early for some of these teams, but I'll give you this. The schedule looks a little bit tougher than it did at the beginning of the season. Part of that is the teams. Part of that is the fact that the Niners cannot put together a collective somewhat. I mean, if we assume that every NFL roster is about 80% injured, Niners are leaking oil at about 50% based on who is getting injured, not their actual roster, but in order of importance.
And here's the other thing. I'm just looking at the stat line. Their running game hasn't been that great this season. I mean, granted, McCaffrey just scored the first rushing touchdown for the team in Week 6. But if you look at the highest rushing yards that Christian McCaffrey had all year was in Week 1 in Seattle on 69 yards.
Yeah.
Other than that, he's been in the mid 50s.
Yeah.
If you want to win games, you need more now. I don't care who you are, and he's supposed to be your quote unquote number one running back. He's got to get you more than 70 yards in a game.
You know, the Juwan Jennings thing is interesting to me because a lot of times it's not even a bet on yourself because all he did was add incentives. But I don't know if this has gone any worse for anyone other than or outside of Juwan Jennings because he really just kind of told on himself with the, he's arguing for more money and we get all that and he put up his numbers. But for Kendrick Bourne, it's just a bad situation, right? For Kendrick Bourne to immediately come in, look the way he's looked, and Demarcus Robinson had a terrible drop, and then right after that,
back-to-back weeks of 142 yards for Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah, I mean, to do what Kendrick Bourne has been doing, I don't think that I understand why people say, well, you're not going to trade him because he's been injured, Juwan Jennings. But Kyle Shanahan really just put it on the table and said, look, man, we got some guys. And you know what's funny? That has been the argument and why I think there was some back and forth. I'm going to say it, and we'll see what he looks like when he gets back. I think that's kind of been the argument with Brandon Ayuk. All of these guys have their arguments within Kyle Shanahan's system, from the quarterback, and the only one that we don't count is the running back. And the only reason we don't count Christian McCaffrey is because he's been great his whole career. But we saw Mostert. We saw a lot of different running backs be outstanding in this offense. So I'm not even just looking at Juwan Jennings, and maybe this is I'm just a prisoner of the moment, but I'm not looking at Juwan Jennings. I'm also looking at Brandon Ayuk and saying, look, I know he's injured now, so we're not going to count that against him, but also the idea of I understand why the Niners maybe didn't want to pay. I think watching Kendrick Bourne makes me feel like the Niners should have stood on business. I'm going to just say it like that.
I mean, I'll say, here's one thing that you also got to take into account with Kendrick Bourne. You got to remember, him and Michael McCorkle, a.k.a. Mac Jones, had chemistry from being in New England together.
I agree.
That's why at the moment, that's why he's his top target. Mac Jones is comfortable with Kendrick Bourne because he knows him, has familiarity with him. So, therefore, that's why Kendrick Bourne has been able to have 2 straight weeks of 142 yards because Mac Jones has been a quarterback.
But you don't think this doesn't make you think any differently? And I know, like I said, I haven't watched Brandon Ayuk play in a while. Maybe I can fire up some old tape. But you don't think this makes you look at Brandon Ayuk any differently?
In what regards? What, giving him a bag, or just
giving him a bag, and where you would rank him? Because I used to argue. Shout out Nate. I was just talking to him, our guy Nate. I used to argue with Nate and Chris Watkins about where to put Brandon Ayuk. Sometimes I was on the side of Brandon Ayuk being more elite than where a lot of people would put him. But I watch all these wide receivers. Like, I don't know how good Ricky Pearsall, first round draft pick. A lot of people thought it was a reach. Is Ricky Pearsall really good, or can you put a lot of these wide receivers in a Kyle Shanahan system and they just get open? Right?
I'll put it like this. I have seen both skill sets of the two receivers you just mentioned, Ricky Pearsall and Brandon Ayuk, in college, because they started off or went to my alma mater, Arizona State, in some form of capacity. Ricky Pearsall, when he was at ASU before he transferred to Florida, was that get open over the middle possession receiver. You could find him. He'd do what he needed to do in the slot. Brandon Ayuk was that he was the one that had the speed, the afterburners. And not only did Brandon Ayuk, was he that number one speed receiver, he was your kick and punt returner as well at ASU and torched people when he was at ASU.
But he is not, and that's been the whole thing with the Niners, right? Does Brock really need, back to the Danny Grays of the world and Jacob Cowings of the world, they don't really have a go route guy, which I do think they're probably missing. But
all teams got to have a go route guy. I don't care what team it is. You need at least one.
But Brandon Ayuk is not that. He's like a possession receiver, but an extended possession receiver.
Yeah, his role has changed since he's got to the NFL in comparison to college. So I get exactly where you're coming from with that. Yeah, they don't have a take the top off type receiver in San Francisco. Nor, as I was saying before, this year it seems like the running game is basically almost non-existent as well. When, like I said, McCaffrey hasn't even got to 70 yards on the season.
It's just dump off central.
And they, like you said, they turned the dump off into the run game.
Right.
They utilize that, quote unquote, as part of their run game because, we can still get 6 to 8 yards dumping the ball off instead of running it. All right, let's do that instead.
Yeah. So what this means for the Niners, buyers, sellers, I think you just wait it out, right? I don't know. Again, the Juwan Jennings thing, he's not healthy, and he told everybody, which I think Trent Williams, why you tell people your business like that, but he's not healthy, right? So you're not moving on from him, even if you wanted to. You're not going to get anything back that is worth much. So I don't think they need to be sellers. I just think they need to get through the season. The NFC is still wide open. It's only week 6. If you can find some semblance of health, Mac Jones did look good yesterday. It wasn't the Rams shootout situation, but I don't think he's why they lost. He did throw that pick.
He threw 2 picks.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he started the game off. And he did have a couple bad notes, don't get me wrong, but larger than that, they need to get healthy. And if they can get some of these guys back, very similar to the Kings without Keegan Murray. Now you're in a position where can you keep your head above water?
That's the main thing with San Francisco. In my opinion, they're mediocre at best. You're hurt. Now, can you stay afloat in a very tough NFC West?
Yeah.
With you mentioned the injury to Puka and potentially Kyron Williams with the Rams. I still think they stay afloat. And don't look now. Seattle's balling.
Yeah.
They're 4-2. They're the surprise.
Yeah, they're all 4-2.
They're to me the surprise team. I thought it was going to be the Cardinals. Granted, 3 of the 4 losses that they had were at the buzzer, even though the Titans loss really wasn't at the buzzer. They brought that upon themselves. Amari DiMarcado. Sorry to bring that up 8 days later, but they went from 2-0 to 2-4 real quick. No Kyler Murray yesterday. Still only lost by 4 points to the Indianapolis Colts, but it's looking like it's starting to spiral in Glendale, Arizona at the moment.
Yeah, and the reality is, if you look around the NFC West and what everybody else is doing, if you're the Niners, the good thing is you did, luck or not, you did put yourself in a decent position. Being 4-2 now, but what you have to do, you have to either be, now you're just trying to keep your head above water, right? So you cannot lose to the Falcons and the Texans. You can't do that.
No, and I'll put it like this: the 2 games they've lost so far, they lost to a better football team.
Yeah,
I feel that the Jaguars, are better than San Francisco.
And if you're on the other end, if you're the Falcons got to deal with the Bills tonight. But if you're the Falcons or the Texans, this is when you got to get. This is a wounded duck.
Exactly. And if you, especially not just the Falcons, but the Texans, if you're trying to get back into your division, this is a game you got to get. I mean, the Falcons are, if they win, are technically 2.5 back because unfortunately they gave away week 1 to Tampa. And Houston's still trying to battle to stay afloat to attempt to catch Indianapolis in that AFC South.
Yeah. So you got to get one of those. And on the other side, these teams are going to be thinking, this is one we thought was going to be tough, and now you're missing your whole squad. You're missing Nick Bosa. You get to face the Niners without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. If there was any time you were going to kind of get over and sneak a win, it's going to be now. When we return, let's talk about some of the trade candidates available according to Adam Schefter, and we recap Week 6 in the NFL. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex Decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey man, gaining weight, dragging throughout the day, losing your drive? It could be your testosterone. The team at Revive Men's Health Sacramento gets men back on track with the energy and drive they've been missing. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations and witness to hundreds of success stories.
I've seen guys come in worn out, discouraged, and just not themselves. A few months into treatment, they're standing taller, speaking with more confidence. It's like watching someone come back to life, like a light switch gets turned back on. When a spouse says, thank you, I really have my partner back, better than before. That's the moment it all clicks for me, and that's why I do what I do.
Since 2011, Revive Men's Health has helped more than 120,000 men regain their energy and drive. Start your story today with an in-clinic visit or a secure video appointment. Call 916-619-3000 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 916-619-3000. Or schedule anytime at revivemenshealth.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
30 more minutes with you. And let me tell you right now, if you're running around, if you're in your car, if you're on YouTube, and, oh, Allen, you know, we got Crosstalk coming up. It's Allen, it's Whitey. And obviously, with Kyle Draper moving on, we've had a couple different people hop on in here and do the show with Whitey. Let me just tell you this right now. You are not You're not going to want to miss Crosstalk today. Let me just put it to you like that. I don't know what you got going on. You got to drop off your parakeet at the dentist. I don't care what it is. You do not want to miss Crosstalk today. And I just put that on social media as well. So that's coming up in about 10 minutes. Before we get there, we are looking at the recap in the NFL for Week 6. Also, trade candidate, okay, and the candidates that are available. Ramsey, I've always had this thing, and I don't know. I got to be – I mean it in the nicest way possible. But it's about guys that make a lot of money, that I'm not going to say they don't like winning, right? But they like their situation. And maybe we've had this conversation before, but Devin Booker, he wants to kick it in Phoenix. I don't got a problem with that. I've always said, I know he's my guy from Oakland. I've always said Dame kind of got pressured into leaving. I think Dame wanted to continue rapping in Portland. It was a good life, but people said, Dame, you have to try to win somewhere. He left, not a disaster. He had injuries. He left and came back. There's a name on this list that I feel like I need to add based on the reports. And again, if I had all this money and got to kick it in New Orleans, I wouldn't want to leave either. But the reports are, as Adam Schefter put out this list of trade candidates who could be available, Alvin Kamara. And Alvin Kamara...
I thought you were going to say somebody else on the defensive side.
Well, no. Well, yeah, maybe.
Do you want to know who I thought you were referring to at first? Cam Jordan.
That's what Yes, but I'm talking about Alvin Kamara, and Alvin Kamara, the report came out that he does not want to be moved. He would prefer not to be moved, and he's one of those guys where I felt bad. Now, by the way, Spencer Rattler, I can't wait to talk to Kyle about this because Spencer Rattler actually looks like an NFL quarterback now, okay? And I tried to tell y'all Spencer Rattler could spin it. They're not winning games, but that's not his fault. But I felt bad for Alvin Kamara these last couple years, even with Derek Carr, because he's been taking a beating for nothing, for really no reason.
I get it, but I do want to give a local shout out that's on the Saints. Shout out Carl Granderson, his 4.5 sack Grant High alum. Carl Granderson, he got the bag last year and is just continuing what he was doing. He to me is basically, outside of Cam Jordan, the only talent they have on the defensive side of that team.
Yeah. So Alvin Kamara comes out. He says, I don't want to be moved. And it just reminds me of, you know what? It's okay, especially in football when you got to get knocked around. Alvin Kamara loves the jambalaya. He loves the gumbo, the beignets.
He loves his plate of brown.
I don't want to go anywhere, and I don't have a problem with it. I know athletes can't say it, but look, man, I made a lot of money. I like playing. It's good weather down here. I know sometimes it could be a little dicey, but it's good weather down here. People love me. It's New Orleans. I got, the beads. I don't want to leave.
Like I said, he loves his plate of brown food, which I think Zion finally might have laid off of that this summer because Zion's slim and trim. But yeah, anywhere you go. I mean, I've never truly been to New Orleans, but I know almost any corner you go, you can get a plate of brown, something fried.
That's right.
Whatever that might be. That's what I said. He might love his plates of brown.
Yeah.
Like you said, his beignets, his crawfish etouffee.
So he's chilling.
Some Popeye's chicken, whatever you want.
He's chilling. So Alvin Kamara is on this list. Who else is on this list from Adam Schefter? Kirk Cousins. I don't know if that would be a buyout situation because I don't know. Nobody wants that contract.
Nobody wants a contract, but what's he going to do? The Falcons don't want him. That's why they got Michael Penix Jr.
Russell Wilson. I don't know. Again, and it's so funny, Jameis Winston is not on this list from Adam Schefter, but Kirk Cousins, Russell Wilson, Alvin Kamara, who we talked about, Breece Hall.
That's one that I've heard, and I could see of anybody that you mentioned. That's one I could see getting moved. I could see a few teams picking him. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised or wouldn't trip if the Bears picked him up.
Yeah,
that'd be a good move for the Bears. Put him alongside DeAndre Swift. I know they might be fighting for carries.
They're kind of
they might be fighting for carries, but I'd rather have an abundance than not have enough.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you bring up DeAndre Swift. He was a guy who initially was more of that, not scat back, but they would get him the ball in space a lot and throw it to him. Again, just like what we saw with Jahmyr Gibbs, The Bears have decided that they want to run DeAndre Swift through the tackles all the time. Why? What are we doing? So maybe if you bring
common thread, Ben Johnson.
Yeah, but Ben Johnson not. They weren't doing that with Gibbs last season. They got him out in space. But to your point, yeah, I'm kind of trips me out that they don't treat DeAndre Swift more like Jahmyr Gibbs. Maybe because they don't have Knuckles, they don't have David Montgomery.
Yeah, they don't have the other running back to match up with that.
Right. So next on this list, they have another Saint, Chris Olave. He's on this list from Adam Schefter. Next is Mark Andrews. All right. And now you have some defenders, Trey Hendrickson, Bradley Chubb.
Trey Hendrickson's been the one name that's been put out in the open. People tried to say that San Francisco was going to pick him up before the injury bug kicked in. Basically, once Nick Bosa got hurt, let's run to Cincinnati and go get Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And after that, you have, Bradley Chubb, Cameron Jordan. Okay, and last but not least, Reek Woolen. So that is a list that Adam Schefter said these are trade candidates.
Why would the Seahawks give up Reek Woolen right now? I don't get that unless I haven't followed Seattle as closely as I should unless he's fallen out of favor now like the third DB.
Yeah,
I wouldn't move Reek Woolen, especially with them being 4-2.
Yeah, the Mark Andrews thing is interesting. That'd be kind of a weird ending. You drop the pass, Lamar gets injured, and then you just get moved while Lamar's not even playing, and you got Cooper Rush running out there. That would be a weird ending for somebody who has been on that team for a very long time. But
I got a name. Not saying it's going to happen, but he just happens to play on that Tennessee Titans team. And if you listened or somehow watched any of the Raiders game yesterday, I could see Jeffrey Simmons getting moved. I mean, he's the one true talent on that defensive side that other NFL teams would clamor over, and he was all over the field yesterday, even though they lost.
Yeah, I guess the interesting thing about some of these guys, does it feel like, as Mark Andrews' name gets brought up, does it feel like tight ends? You got Tyler Warren coming out, and I know he's a complete stud, but you got Brock Bowers, you got Tyler Warren, you got some of these younger guys. I know wide receivers have also been popping up everywhere too. Does it feel like if you're the Ravens, and I know Isaiah, maybe you feel like you're giving more space to Isaiah Likely finally, does it feel like the tight end position, I know how many people care about blocking? That's always comes up with George Kittle compared to Travis Kelce. That was the big thing for years and years and years. Does it feel like there's been a shift in tight end play where it's a little easier you can go out and find a pretty good time. Darren Waller comes out of retirement. He's balling for the Dolphins. Does it feel like tight ends, there's been a shift where it's a little bit easier to go out and find a pretty solid pass-catching tight end?
Yeah, I guess so. And I mean, another tight end in that conversation that most people don't even bring up, Trey McBride from the Cardinals.
Oh, he's a stud.
He all he does is go out and catch football.
Yeah.
In whatever capacity that might be. He may not catch touchdowns. Mm-hmm. He just catches passes.
Yeah, he's a hybrid.
And he's always available or normally available. And when they need to complete a pass, he's honestly probably the number one target. No disrespect to Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
If Kyler or Jacoby Brissett yesterday need something to pinch, they're going to Trey McBride.
Right. But it feels like even some of the, like you said, the second tier, Ferguson balling out for the Cowboys. Feels like there's been a tide turning, and maybe it's the offense, right? Maybe it's less. And by the way, I don't want to let this show go by without bringing up Jackson Smith-Njigba, because that dude, I know there was a conversation, kind of reminds me, he's almost Amon-Ra, but with a better tool set, because they're not big guys, but Amon-Ra is not beating anybody on a go route, and Jackson Smith-Njigba did yesterday.
I mean, I seen a picture online yesterday that they changed the spelling of Jacksonville to Jaxon Jacksonville, because Jackson Smith-Njigba went off in Jacksonville yesterday.
Yeah, and people thought, Cooper Kupp is going to do that. No, that's Jackson Smith. There was questions about whether or not he could be a number one. That dude is a stud. He's a combination, one of those hybrids, like I said. Amon-Ra's that possession receiver, but this guy but also can take the top off a little bit.
And I'd also say this, no disrespect to DK Metcalf now in Pittsburgh. I think this is finally Jackson Smith and Jigba, shout out Adam, his time to shine.
Mm-hmm.
And he's doing that in Seattle now because he's the clear-cut number one, and he's another easy target to find. Plus, let's just back up. Sam Darnold has been blessed to have two great number one receivers in 2 years. I mean, you got Jackson Smith and Jigba now, and you know who he had last year in Minnesota. He had JJ, probably, in my opinion, probably the number one receiver in the NFL, in my opinion, at the moment.
One more segment with you. And like I said, you don't want to miss this. We are joined by an old friend with a new vision. And Whitey Gleason, Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's number one poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. Offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When I was a kid, I remember my dad, a lineman, leaving in the middle of the night. Families were depending on him to get their power back on to keep them safe and warm. Watching him taught me that this work isn't just about wires and circuits. It's about people and the trust they place in us when the lights go out. That's why I started Maverick Electric Heating and Air, to carry on that same promise of showing up, doing it right, and protecting families when they need us most. Visit callamaverick.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here, talking to you about my good friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Now, they're upgrading their offerings to you to include plumbing, bringing that same expertise and experience into the plumbing space. They're no longer just heat and air. They're now your American Energy Home Pros. And you've heard me talk about them for years as your second opinion partner. Now you can still get a second opinion on any HVAC service or replacement, but now you can also get a second opinion on any of your plumbing services. And when you really think about it, how do we know how much it's supposed to cost? At the very least, you'll know you're in the ballpark, and I can all but guarantee you they'll beat the price. They'll come out for free. They'll give you a second opinion. And all you got to do is give them a call, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Stockton 99 Speedway, Saturday, October 18th. It's championship night. Late models, modified, sprint cars, and the insane trailer racing. Plus a huge fireworks show to light up the sky. Tickets start at just $20. Don't miss the season finale. Stockton99.com.
Sacramento, giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
One more segment with you, and as we continue to see who is going to be on with Whitey Gleason each and every day, as Kyle Draper has made his decision. And
I'm often the last to find out.
Yes, well, I agree with that. Shout out Drapes and everything he's doing in the play-by-play world with the Sacramento Kings. Today, we are joined by a close friend of mine.
Yeah.
And somebody
very close
that is just going to
electrify.
Someone with a history at this
That's
station.
right.
Yeah.
Deeper than me.
Yes.
Deeper than me. Way back. And he is joining us and joining Whitey Gleason to fill in for a couple days here. So we're really excited to have Matt George on the 1140 Airways. Matt, thank you for joining us. I know you're not I'm introing you like a guest, but thank you for joining us.
Well, I wasn't nervous until I was told that I had to be on air with Allen Stiles for a few minutes, so I never know what you're going to say. But
You visibly started kind of
I was
shaking
like,
and sweating.
Whitey's like, yeah, we're going to go on with Allen first. I said,
That's
huh?
right.
I didn't what? No, and then he said I had a new vision.
That's
I
right.
don't know
And
what
you
that
do.
means.
You do. And we're gonna talk about that vision, Whitey. What is so funny, Whitey?
Just the whole new vision thing kind of
The
caught
new
us all
vision.
by surprise.
Hey,
He's like a bad boxing promoter. He's
It's
like
very
trying
good.
to sell a story that doesn't exist.
It is a story. It is a story. And one of the stories that we're going to get to, obviously, there's going to be plenty of Kings talk, plenty of NFL talk. But Matt, we did reference you on the show, as we often do, because all your stuff is so great on social media. We did reference what you had to say about the schedule and the Kings and the schedule, and also who you would put in that spot for Keegan Murray. I've said, as some people want to go trade someone, I think you could go get somebody if you want. I would be in the Macy's clearance rack, right? I would not be upstairs with the designer clothes. I don't want to sell any. Definitely not the 2026 pick.
You go to the outlet mall, Allen?
I go, oh yeah. Sun Valley, that's what's in the East Bay. But I'm definitely not giving up any assets, anything crazy like that. I know you mentioned Nick Clifford, and that would probably be my pick. Do you think the Kings should entertain anything that's not on the team besides Russell Westbrook, or just do what you got to do and get through these next 12 to 20 games and see what happens?
Well, I think the besides Russell Westbrook caveat is the hang up, because I think Scott Perry would have a hard time selling to Russ and selling to anybody. Yeah, we never brought Russ in because financially we couldn't find out a way to do that. But we're going to go out and get another player on a cheaper vet minimum to carry us through potentially 17 games to start the season. Then once Keegan comes back, that player is going to get the Jay Crowder treatment,
right,
and just sit on the bench, collect a paycheck, and be a cheerleader. I don't see a route that makes sense for the Sacramento Kings to go the free agency route. There are some interesting names out there, but I mean the Kings are strapped for cash just like everybody else in the league is right now. So I think they're going to stay put, and Doug Christie has 2 preseason games and 9 days to experiment and find the best Band-Aid to put over the wound for 17 games.
I want to stay with you for a second, Matt, because a name got brought up, and you said something on social media. It wasn't sourced. It came off as if it was your opinion. And it was about a name, about somebody who is not in the league right now, but could eventually return to the league. That name was Trey Lyles. And I was curious when you said what you said, and you basically said, hey, maybe there was a conversation, or maybe Trey decided not for me, versus people saying, why didn't the Kings bring back Trey? Maybe it was Trey who said, I think it's run its course out there. Can you elaborate on that at all? Because I do think a lot of people are wondering, if we're talking about Dario Saric and Maxime Reynaud, who you know I'm very high on, but Dario Saric, Maxime, and even Isaac Jones, Hot Honey Jones, love him too. But if we're talking about these guys, what happened with the Trey Lyles thing, if anything actually happened at all?
Yeah, I think the departure was mutually exclusive. Like, it was Trey ready to move on and the Sacramento Kings ready to move on. You have to understand, last season, and we've heard DeMar DeRozan talk about it with very expletive language at Media Day, and it's been referenced a number of times over the course of training camp. Last season was a mess.
Yes.
And I call last season like a junior high school. Like, it just was, there were 2 lunch tables, and you couldn't sit at this lunch table if you were on this team. And the line was very split, and there was, for lack of a better term, kind of De'Aaron Fox's lunch table, and there was kind of Domantas Sabonis / Doug Christie's lunch table. And sitting on Fox's lunch table was Mike Brown, Trey Lyles, Keegan Murray. Now, Keegan's still here, and I think he's making the best of the situation. We know Keegan and Fox were very, very close.
He still had classes with a few of the guys.
That's right.
He still had classes. And you do a group project or two and still contribute.
Honors, of course.
He, as we know, Keegan wouldn't speak up. But Trey was very close with that side. I mean, you remember when Trey joined the Kings mid-season, Beam Team Year 1, and his exit interview, he talked about, like, I don't want to be anywhere else. I want to be here. I want to play with this group, and we know how close he was. And then injuries like derailed those 2 years of the contract that he signed. So I think with everything that happened last season, the departure of Fox, the departure of Mike Brown, and just where the situation was going, Trey was like, I'm good. I don't know if he expected to be out of the league, because I think he's an NBA player, but it just seemed like the writing was on the wall for him. And to be fair, I thought, honestly, the writing was on the wall for DeMar DeRozan, too. I went to the offseason thinking for sure DeMar would be gone because it would make sense for both sides, but that changed very quickly. It sounded like DeMar was cool staying here, and Perry didn't want to move on from him.
No, and yeah, I think Scott Perry is being a bit patient. I don't disagree, or I do believe that they like what DeMar brings and the vets and all that. I also think if there was somebody that it made sense to make a move, they probably would have. I think it's a combination.
Pardon me, Alan, I'm sorry. It's your show. I think it's possible Scott Perry sees the same things everyone else sees. That is, this roster doesn't have a very long shelf life. But at the same time, I don't think he feels like, oh, I need to do something about it now.
No, and that's why I don't think they're going to do anything about the Keegan Murray situation. They can, and that I was really torn. Ramsey and I were going back and forth about, do you go get a PJ Washington now if he's available? Because Cooper Flagg looks like, and don't get me started on Adam Silver, but Cooper Flagg looks like the next thing. I don't know, because, okay, now Keegan comes back. This is something that they needed, but I'm not trying to give up draft picks to fight for the 8th seed. I don't want to do that. Whitey, let's get to some of this NFL talk a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
And the Niners and the bad luck, okay? You're wearing black like the black cat that's got to be walking around Santa Clara. Fred Warner, and I'm not the guy.
Black cat was walking around Santa Clara, but he tore his ACL.
Okay.
Oh, no.
That's
day to day. Yes.
Day to day.
That's an expensive vet bill.
I'm telling you, don't get me started. You know, I got okay, anyway. The thing is, Whitey, I'm not one of those gruesome type of guy. I don't
I heard
fire
you talking
up.
about
I don't
that.
do that.
Yeah.
And then I saw it on accident as I'm just watching. Man, oh man, oh man. And it's funny how it doesn't sound, fractured, dislocated. Okay, then you watch. Oh, that's what they mean. That thing is, it's cooked now. And if you're the Niners, as much as we were talking about the Kings, are you a buyer at this point? Some people were talking about the Niners being sellers. I do think that their schedule, even though it looks a little bit tougher now with the Giants maybe finding some things out.
Carolina all of a sudden.
The Panthers beating the Cowboys. But the Cowboys were due for a loss like that, by the way.
Their defense is
abysmal. So with that being said, if you're the Niners, do you turn into a seller? And Juwan Jennings told everyone, I have 5 cracked ribs, so he can't go anywhere. Would you just stand pat and just pray that it ends and maybe you get healthy before it's over?
I would think they see if there's anybody who can help them now who would be around for longer than a year, like Trey Hendrickson, bring him in, and then he'd be a free agent.
Yeah.
You probably don't want to hitch your wagon to somebody like that. But they're also going to be prudent and take their time and see how they play next week, because the deadline's the 4th?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the schedule alone might keep them in it for the short term.
That's what I've been saying. I mean, the Jaguars, and I felt bad. I was telling my dad, because he's in Illinois, so he can participate in things that we can't
I hear
participate
your dad's
in.
a soccer genius.
No, when I play, he was. But he hit me up, Allen, help me out this weekend. And he gets real mad if the Raiders, he's not a Raider fan, but he said, man, the Raiders are so bad. And I said, yeah, Dad, they got the Titans too. And he's like, man, I mean, you got to think the Titans, right? And I initially said, yeah, but after I said it, I knew, I'm like, this is a classic game for the Raiders to win. He calls me on Sunday. I just didn't pick up.
No.
I'm like, I just didn't pick up because I knew, I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. That's got Raiders W written all over it. It's the same way, this is what I was going to say, how the Giants just had their big win against the Eagles, wouldn't trust them next week, and the Jaguars. Everybody should have saw that Jaguar. It was a close game, but everyone should have saw that Jaguars loss coming.
But they're a way better team than the Giants and the Raiders.
They are. They're 4-2 now, but that's the thing. It always happens where, hey, we just had our big win. Or are you going to turn the corner? And then they don't. Matt, let's close with this. The Chiefs, man. And every year I like to pick against them, and I don't have a problem with them, but it's just fun to pick against them. There's something about the Chiefs that your second favorite team, the Warriors. There's something about the Chiefs where they just act different. They make teams act differently, right? They make teams do different stuff. And we saw the Lions yesterday. All of a sudden, we're just going to run Gibbs up the middle 8,000 times. We're not going to do any of the normal stuff we do. And then the game ends and you think, what just happened, right? What just happened? I don't like picking the Chiefs, but in the AFC, where else are you going to go? Yeah. I have the Bills as a Super Bowl pick, but I don't trust them.
You ever play a game, like a board game against somebody, and you think, I have to meta game this. I'm not paying attention to the game. I'm playing you.
Yeah.
I feel like that's how people approach Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. It's like, no, I got to beat you. I got to get into your brain. And they try and do all this cute stuff, and it ends up kind of biting them. And typically the Chiefs take advantage of that. That's, I think, a case of what we saw with Dan Campbell. But I love Dan Campbell. I love the chaos of Dan Campbell, so I'm all for it.
I do too. And by the way, if Patrick Mahomes catches that touchdown, they're not calling that back. They're not calling it back. They're not. Why do you don't look at me like that?
Zero penalties.
Zero penalties. There's always something.
As a Raider fan, I completely agree.
Thank you. See, me and Matt, we're in the suffering together. Whitey Gleason's coming up, as well as Matt George. Woo-hoo! Thank you to Ramsey, as always. Kyle, I think we'll be back tomorrow. We'll have to double check. Thanks to all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thank you to Frank and Carticelli and Brendan Nunez for stopping by. Brendan is probably stuck at Highway 50 traffic right now. Jay Johnson on the other side as well. Drive Guys coming up until tomorrow. Secure the bag. Light the beam.
Light the beam. Don't forget about my podcast.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So my sandwich shop was opening in a week, and I needed signage.
A week is plenty of time to panic.
I went to Staples. They printed banners, posters, and flyers to promote my grand opening.